All right. There we go. Why did the music get so quiet when I did that? Welcome in, y'all. How y'all doing tonight? As my collab has just asked me something I want to answer, but we are busy. Hey, y'all, how you doing? Today. You may have wondered, hey, Generic, you talk a lot about Pathfinder. You talk a lot about Dungeons and Dragons. These games seem cool. Tabletop games are rad. How do I play one? How do they work? How do you set up a game? Great question. With that said, today we'll be teaching some Vtubers how to play Pathfinder 2nd Edition. Well, at least on the basics. This is what's called a Session 0. A general recommended thing you do. The point of a Session 0 is to introduce people to the concept of your game, make sure everyone's on the same page, the same expectations, everyone knows what y'all doing. So, it's not necessary to have a Session 0, but if you want a longer game, it's generally a good idea. These games, like Dungeons & Dragons, Pathfinder, they are at their core collaborative role-playing games, collaborative storytelling games. It's a social event where people get together every week, every other week, maybe once a month. God, I hope it's not once a month. You'd never get anywhere. But you all get together and you talk, you chat, and you tell a story. So it's important to make sure everyone knows where they're going together. With that said, I'm going to hop in. We're just going to get to it. As usual for collabs, I love y'all, but do know I may not be as responsive as usual. I am reading what you say. But, you know, we got a lot of stuff going on. So, with that said, yes, there is a lot. That is true. There is a lot. So, hello, everyone. Welcome in. Hold on, someone talk.
Hello.
Okay, good. Discord's working.
Hello.
Excellent. These are the lovely folk we'll be introducing to Pathfinder 2 today. And I say 2 because it's specifically the second version of Pathfinder. You could just call it Pathfinder. It doesn't matter. Anyways. Well, how do we start? I guess we should start with introductions if y'all are comfortable with it. What's what?
Generic.
What's up?
Fable muted.
Yeah.
Oh, I do. So I do. Oh, that would explain a lot. Hi, Fable.
She's been trying to talk to you.
Hi, Fable. Sorry.
Hi, Jenny. I've been here the whole time.
I'm going to blame Wizards of the Coast. To everyone new to Dungeons and Dragons, your first rule of thumb is everything is Wizards of the Coast's fault. They're an awful company. All right, moving on. Hey, how's it going, Fable?
It's going pretty good. I sure am here now.
That's good.
Yeah.
You sure are here. You know, here's the thing. I was like, oh, Fable muted themselves. I'm sure they'll come back to it when they can. And I didn't think about it at all.
Damn.
This act of
Should be
sabotage.
guilty.
Who could have made this happen? Who could have done this?
Wizards of the Coast would do this.
I can't believe Wizards of the Coast has caused me to no longer hear people. This is wild. Paizo would never. No, Paizo would also do this.
Cancel all the companies.
Cancel everyone. You know what? No one is free of sin. All right. Sorry, were you asking me something, Fable? I have no idea.
No, Sin was asking what classes we were thinking of playing, and I, when you and I talked about this a couple weeks ago, I made a gunslinger, and apparently it did not save any of the stuff that I put in, so now I'm just casually poking through, trying to remember all the things that I picked.
Perfect. That just means we get to do it a second time. Yippee!
Yay! Repetition something
breeds.
Helps with your memory.
Yeah, do your homework, kids. It's not lame and cringe, I swear. It's me,
I asked
big
if there was
school.
homework, and you didn't say there was any, so it's fine. Probably.
It's okay. The homework was for bonus points. Only my favorite students get it. Or the ones doing really bad. You never know.
Hang on 1 second. I'll assume I'm average and continue on.
There you go. That's a healthy way to approach life. Always assume you're average. All right. Oh, thanks for the follow, Beanie. Beans. All right. I made a thing. Hold on. Okay. Well, first off, this is I can't hop into this thing yet. I made a PowerPoint because I am 1,000 years old, okay? How the fuck do I even use PowerPoints nowadays? How do I even use PowerPoints nowadays? Oh my god, they've changed it. They've changed how PowerPoint works, and now it's confusing and scary.
Oh.
That's so rude.
There we go. I see.
How could they do this?
How could they do this? It's Wizards of the Coast's fault. No, they've sabotaged me. All right. With that said, hold on, let me... Oh my god, everything on the other side. I can just bring it over. Because Foundry... I may have broken Foundry. I may have broken my tabletop like yesterday. I was updating things and I may have updated a little too hard and... Oops. Whoops. Oopsie. Anyways. With that said, welcome to Session 0, y'all. So the concept of this is a Session 0 for a game like D&D, any tabletop game, this is a social activity, right? It's at its core, Dungeons & Dragons, Pathfinder, Call of Cthulhu, whatever you're playing, it is cooperative storytelling. It's fundamentally not that different from sitting around a campfire and just making up a horror story with the boys, right? It's pretty much the same, but with some more rules to it. So with that said, the point of a Session 0 is to make sure everyone's on the same page, everyone knows where they're roughly going, and if someone has any sensitivities or things they would prefer not to be in it, or things they would really want to be in it, that can be covered, right? With that said, I'm just running some one-shots. So, it's maybe this will be a campaign. I don't know. That's a lot of time. I might just run something pre-written because that's a lot faster. But we'll see. Either way, this is an introductory thing. It's going to be like 1 or 2 sessions. It's not that big a deal.
So it's fine if I have commitment issues. Got it.
Absolutely. We love commitment issues over here. Don't worry. The second rule of tabletop role-playing games. Everyone has crippling commitment issues. No one will ever show the fuck up. And if you call them out on it, you're the bad guy. I swear to God.
Ain't that the sad truth?
Yeah. So, I did some quick notes just to cover, but first off, welcome in. Thank y'all for being here. I feel like I skipped over something, but my brain is too stupid to remember what it was. Oh well.
Was it introductions?
That's a great one. All right, that's great. All right, yeah, let's do some introductions.
Also, what did I miss between the last 3 minutes? I had to step away.
You really didn't miss anything.
Okay.
My rambling is strange and archaic at best. With that said, I'll start with myself, and then let's start on the order the Foogies have decided. So I'll let y'all know, because assumably you can't see the Foogies unless you're watching my stream. So with that said, hey, how y'all doing?
I'm also watching.
Wow, okay. Are you telling me my numbers are inflated? How could this be?
No.
How y'all doing? I'm Lord Generic, your Terracotta Warrior, and that's pretty much all you need to know. You're here, so obviously you have good taste. So first off, Fable, can you introduce yourself?
Gosh, I didn't think I would get this far. Wow. Hi
It's
guys,
true.
my name is Fable Storyteller. I'm a shooting star variety streamer and artist. I play a lot of gosh. I don't have a consistent character class in TTRPGs. I like to make one of everything, but like with
I respect
Pathfinder,
it.
Pathfinder I lean toward gunslingers as that was my first character, so
Big fan of the Rudy Tooty point and shooties. I get that. Guns do have an interesting history in how people interpret them for fantasy settings, but we can ramble about that later. All right, good job. See, Fable's gotten so far, all they had to do was to get someone else to tell me that I had them muted. That's crazy. Lore, would you want to go next?
Absolutely. Hello, hi, I'm Lorelei, your Raven Queen. And I also sort of jump around for classes, but I'm making a main character, so as long as it sparkles, I don't care.
Fair enough. And you know what? I think that's one thing. People often get very attached to their characters in storytelling games, which is, that's sweet. That's not bad. But if you think about any book or good story, sometimes you need to fail forwards. Someone needs to mess up sometimes, right? And sometimes someone needs to be the main character and be like, hey, I'm gonna do it. And you're like, that's a terrible idea. And you're like, well, someone's got to do it. With that said, Alexa, would you like to go next?
Oh God, put me on the spot while I'm eating.
Hell yeah.
Hi, my name is Mega Uxel. You may also know me as Midori, or as some people have been calling me recently, Lexi. I'm a half demon, half glitchy mess who thinks they know what they're doing a majority of the time. And as for D&D stuff, I've never done it before, but I do have a main character whose class is inconsistent, but my friends have decided he's a paladin.
Okay, let me let you know, paladins in Pathfinder are fucking sick. They're so good. But yeah, cool.
However a form-changing sword would make sense in a regular game of Pathfinder or D&D in general that is outside of Homebrew, I don't know what class that would be. But
I am happy to tell you that paladins at level 3 can gain access to a free form-changing weapon.
Oh, sick.
It's that easy. All right.
Also, high table.
Nas, would you like to go next?
Sure. Hello, my name is Nazarene Sakamoto. I am a space fairy VTuber from the far-off planet of Turnsa, and I have never played anything like this, so I'm going in very, very blind. I don't know what I'm doing. It's going to be great.
Yay!
Proud of you, Naz.
Well, thank you for going out of what you're used to and trying this out. Don't worry, I would have put y'all through some encounters, some basic test fights, but I broke everything, so I will have to fix things on the back end for next week. But that's okay. That's okay.
It's fine.
We'll have plenty to talk about and plenty to absorb. And last, Cinder, how about you?
Hello, hello. My name is Cinderant. You can call me Sin or Cinder. I am at the current moment, an art streamer. However, I haven't been streaming in a little bit since I have been away at college. I will be back over the summer. And in terms of a main class, I've never really played Pathfinder. I have played D&D, and the longest class that I played as was a bard. So we'll go with that.
Perfect. All right. Well, honestly, I'm already hearing a lot of diversity, so that's great. What were we rambling about before I got here? Oh, right, session 0. Welcome in, everyone. Thank you for being here, and thank you for learning a new system. It's not as hard as it sounds for those who are used to other systems, and if you're new, this game's pretty easy to pick up in my experience. With that said, so what is Pathfinder 2nd Edition? What is it? What is this wacky little game? Well, Pathfinder 2 is a heroic fantasy game. That is the genre it is best suited for. If you wonder, what does heroic fantasy mean? Heroic fantasy generally means a kind of story which takes place in, a fantasy world with magic, lots of magic, high technology, and characters who often start as nobodies or fairly low on the totem pole, but through great effort, magical artifacts they find, maybe someone's chosen by the gods, whatever method they pick, they ascend the power scaling and become heroes. saving the day, stopping the bad guys, and ending up drastically more capable and skilled than they started the story. That is the cores of heroic fantasy. And for Pathfinder 2 in particular, it is a game which specializes in well-designed and nuanced rules that are robust and durable and rely on the players working together as a team to overcome deadly threats. You're not a superhero in this game. If you try to just punch a troll in the face by yourself, chances are the troll's going to rip your arms off. Even if you're both level 5, that troll is stronger than you. The trick is you have buddies and it does not. As for Pathfinder itself, it is, okay, very short history. It is a cousin of Dungeons and Dragons. It split off like 10, a little more than 10 years ago when Wizards of the Coast tried messing around with companies and got really greedy and has kind of just developed and survived to this day. And as for us, what we're doing is we're discussing the system and we'll be making some characters, discussing some basic settings, standards, and prepping for a one-shot. What a one-shot is essentially a single session, so assumably a 4-hour session of playing Pathfinder. And it will be a small, self-contained story it'll just start, finish, have no bearing or impact on anything else. It's just a small self-contained thing with the intention being understanding how it works and getting some hands-on experience. Yeah. Beyond that, before I keep rambling, because don't worry, you can always tell me to shut up. I will not stop talking if you don't let me. So feel free to always interrupt me. But with that said, any questions?
So Pathfinder is the cool cousin.
Yes.
D&D, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
Pathfinder is okay. It's not the hipster choice. Just straight up, it is not the hipster choice. It's not like the hipster bar, but if D&D is the really popular bar because it sells $2 margaritas, Pathfinder is the bar near it that also sells margaritas, but they're like classy margaritas, Not necessarily the worst, but hey, they're not $2.
So,
All right.
like, D&D would sell the margarita, while Pathfinder is, like, selling, I don't know, strawberry daiquiris?
Yeah. That sounds about right.
I see.
Let's go with that. It's a little more... It's more refined, let's say. More refined.
Well, it's very on brand for me. I'm here for it.
Yeah? Okay. That's right. Pathfinder has more options than the base game. More classes, more feats, more customizability, and more room to really make a character that's more unique. And this system has incredible room to make weird stuff incredibly functional. And just as someone in the chat mentioned, we will be using, let me post this in the Discord for y'all, Pathbuilder 2nd edition. Heck, I'll put it in the chat. Not because I have to, just because I think it's pretty swell. Pathbuilder is so for those who have played Dungeons and Dragons, if I say, D&D Beyond, it's a website that lets you build characters. You have to pay some money to buy the books and you can build your characters. In Pathfinder, all of the rules are free. All of the rules are completely free, which means people like the person who makes Pathbuilder has made essentially D&D Beyond for free. It just has every option from every book for players.
Incredible.
And that's it.
Love to
The
see
end.
it.
Now you do have to pay $5 one time if you want to use animal companions. That's about it. There's a couple minor things, but also D&D Beyond's like $50 for a book. It's wild.
Yeah.
It's wild.
That's insane.
Yeah, no, it's
Wild.
And also
Dungeons
the
and
fact that you
Dragons
can't
is
play-
shockingly expensive. This is another reason I'm like Wizards of the Coast. Exactly. It's a great option if you don't invest money. Now, with that said, before we get into it, there are a few things. I don't run my campaigns completely standard. And no one does. No one runs any Dungeons and Dragons, any Pathfinder, anything completely by the book, because that would be weird. It sounds nice, but the reality is there's always something that fits your game a little better for your players. As for me, I tend to make my combat less lethal. By default in heroic fantasy, when people fight, the loser gets killed. Always. Unless someone is very explicitly putting in effort to not kill their opponent. I prefer to use what I call, for those familiar to the Like a Dragon or Yakuza series, I use Yakuza rules. When a fight breaks out, if it's just like, let's say you fight some bouncers in front of a club, right? They're evil bouncers. Okay. Is it weird to kill 6 people in a city street to get into a club? Kinda, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a little
weird.
much, right? So, but at the same time, if let's say you're a wizard and you can cast lightning bolt, and that's really cool. Does it suck to tell the wizard, hey man, you're not allowed to cast lightning bolt for the next 3 fights. I'm trying not to kill anyone. That also sucks. So the way I rule it is, frankly, in a fight against sentient beings, people, I'm going to assume no one gets killed unless that is explicitly what's on the table for this fight.
Gotcha.
Because, look, sometimes you want to jab a guy with a random needle on the street because it's cool. we don't need to discuss the moral implications every single time. Now, with that said, if you're fighting, say, a pack of wolves and you're forced to retreat and one person gets dragged off into the woods, then we need a discussion of that person, what happens to their character, right? Or if a crowd of zombies drags you down, they're probably going to munch on your butt. Because those aren't sentient, right? That's a monster. So it's a little different. It's all situational, but that is just a general thing I do that's a little different. With that said, the next thing I'd like to discuss is character death. And on that side, people get attached to characters they play, because this is a storytelling game, differently. Some people really don't want their character to die no matter what, because that really sucks and it really throws them out of the narrative experience. That's fine. It doesn't mean you're immune to consequences. But we can usually figure things out. With the exception that if you say, hey, generic, I don't want my character to die, and then you throw yourself out a 10-story window, well, all right, this is if you're like, don't worry, I said I shouldn't die, and you just squeeze yourself into a meat grinder, I'll be like, oh, okay, well.
It's really cool that you didn't want that to happen, but it still did.
Exactly. I may be the god of this new world, but I'm not a miracle worker here. With that said, beyond that level progression, we don't need to address that. Hidden dice rolls. This is a concept that, if you're new to these games, you'll be like, yeah, sure. For those who play 5e or Dungeons and Dragons or other games, some rolls in Pathfinder are hidden. The idea being that if, let's say you say, all right, generic, my thief is going to sneakily infiltrate the building and sneak into the next room to see what's ahead. And I will say, all right, I want you to roll a blind GM roll. What that means is you're going to roll a dice and only I, the game master, can see what happened. You don't know. Because your character does not know how successful they are at sneaking. With the idea being that, well, you assume you're doing your best. And this is to stop someone from going, hold on, is the mayor lying to me? And then you roll a 1 to see if you can tell, and you're like, I think he's lying to me. And it's like, no, you don't. You rolled a 1, right? This isn't necessarily something we have to do, But for many people, I find it makes it a little easier to play according to the story.
I like that. I'm here for it.
Okay. Other things I'd like to address. Player versus player, PvP. I prefer to avoid it. Narratively, I know some people like it. I would prefer to just not have PvP because, frankly, this is a cooperative game. Classes are not made to fight each other. They are made to work with each other. And it's inherently uneven if players want to attack each other. And frankly, it just kind of sucks for everyone involved. Especially the bystander who's watching like, what the fuck am I? Guys. It's a game about working together.
Okay, but what if we want to arm wrestle and see who's stronger?
Well, that's fine. Competition is fine. Drawing blades on each other or stealing loot from each other. If someone gets Excalibur and Excalibur is core to their character concept and their role in the story, and your thief says, I'm going to steal Excalibur and throw it in a lake, fuck them. Well, maybe don't. You know? Like, hey, seems like a dick move. Don't do that. Now, if you made a deal with a devil in a previous story arc, and the devil tells you to steal Excalibur, that's not PvP. You don't have a choice in the matter. But if you do it of your own accord, kind of fucked up.
Valid.
I wanted to ask in the context of PvP where it's like, now what if there was like a narrative reason where it's like like a character being a double agent or something? Like in that context, would you have like, how would that work?
Great question. So, yeah, we can have characters with, and it's not a rare thing for a character to have a hidden agenda. Now, with that said, one, I generally will narratively side with the larger party. So first off, if someone says, all right, my character is a double agent and working for the villains, and I'm going to betray the party at some point, you have to walk into this with the knowledge that you will turn into a hostile character and probably get your ass kicked. Don't expect to slaughter the party and end the campaign. Because one, from a narrative perspective, that kind of ends the campaign. That ends the game. That sucks. Two, I mean, you know, if you betray the party in an RPG, you're about to get your ass kicked in a boss fight, right? So that is fine, but I would say there's a big difference between I have goals separate from the party and I have goals inherently opposed to the party's success. Try to not have goals inherently opposed to the party's success because I will favor the majority of the group because that is the primary story being told and the bulk of everyone's character and narrative experience.
That's fair.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually.
There's a lot of ways to consider how you play a character. For most people, it's, hey, I walk in, the DM says, hey, thing happens. Fable, what do you do? Right? And Fable goes, I guess punch him, right?
I panic.
Yeah, you panic. I panic. I fumble. Oh, as Fable fumbles the baddie. You know how it is. But
Oh man.
yeah, I know, right?
Pride.
So unfortunate.
But I also view these games as, well, narrative storytelling experiences. It's nice to have an idea of a truly open freeform campaign where you can do anything, but practically speaking, we all only have so much time, and we all have ideas we want to tell. So there has to be some linearity of a narrative, right? You can go wide and you can go to different places, but at some point the story has to pinch back in and resolve somehow. So that is a thing to keep in mind. Because it's a thing of like, hey, Your homeland, this great city, is under a plague. And you're like, actually, I'm planning to move. The only real answer to that is, okay, but the story's in the city, so your character moves and roll a new one, I guess. Right? Because it's like, you can leave, but the camera isn't going to follow you. You're out of bounds of the story here, buddy. And that's not, I don't mean that in like a hard railroad sense. Some people are a little sensitive over the idea of narrative railroading, where what they do in a story doesn't matter. I prefer to design my campaigns and my situations more like an immersive sim, where I say, hey, here's a situation, here's a setup, here's an area. Go. You do what you want. You can either fail, you can succeed, or you can fail so drastically it causes other people to get into trouble, right? Who knows? But if you say, well, I'm going to leave the zone entirely, all right. I don't have, this is what I got for you. I did hydrate, Zach. Don't worry about it. With that said, now, with that said, do any of y'all's have any thoughts on this? I know for those newer to it, you probably are like, wow, that seems like a lot. And, not much else. But anyone have any expectations for me? Things you're coming in hoping to see? Things you particularly like or want more of?
I know you don't like puzzles.
I hate puzzles.
I know, it's fine.
I hate puzzles.
Just
Okay,
give me a
I can
jigsaw
throw
puzzle
in
the
puzzles.
corner.
I can throw in puzzles. When I'm a player and the game master goes, all right, the sliding block puzzle, or like a torch puzzle in the dungeon, I literally am like, all right, good luck, guys. And I just disengage. I am like, I am not here for this. Give me a fight.
Puzzles.
Mm-hmm.
There are puzzles, as long as there's no like one where you have to attack a die and move to whatever it says and then fight an encounter, like as long as there's none of that.
You don't want to play Monopoly?
I don't want to play that one Devil May Cry 4 puzzle. Thank
Monopoly's
you very
not
much.
a puzzle. It's just a fuck you to everybody.
It really
Oh god,
is.
not the Devil May Cry puzzle.
Yeah, not like the DMC4 dice game is what I think of when it comes to D&D, because that sounds like something that would belong in D&D.
Yeah. Oh man, that sounds miserable. Don't worry, we'll make that the primary dungeon mechanic.
Yay!
Let's go! But yeah, I'm fine with puzzles. But like I said, I prefer to make my things. I don't know if anyone's played Hitman or Thief or immersive sims. They're pretty niche, okay. But it's more of a here's a situation, here's a map. If you want to get into somewhere, well, the door's locked, and I might say like, oh, it's got a level 3 deadbolt in it. Can your character get past the level 3 deadbolt? I don't know. I don't concern myself with thinking of the player's solutions to things. I'm going to give you a building. What you do with it, that's up to you. If you say, fuck it, I'm putting 27 blasting charges on the door, breach and clear, then I'm like, okay, get ready for the biggest fight of your life. But hey, that's a strategy, right? That is a solution to the puzzle. It's just very loud.
I mean, sometimes I just want to Rainbow Six Siege my way into a building. It's fine.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. I may have made Blitz in Pathfinder as a build just to see. Oh, it's very easy actually. Got a shield, a hand crossbow, and alchemical breaching charges. It's not that hard. I think I can make him by like level 4.
Tasty, I love it.
Oh, you flash back to when your party was in a bathroom all sudden because you couldn't figure out the puzzle? That's why I hate puzzles. That is why I hate puzzles. Because I hate
really
it
fucking
when
funny,
people sit around for like 2 hours like, oh, I'm out of ideas. And also, this is a philosophy thing. In these games, you make a character which is not necessarily yourself. Part of role-playing isn't just talking with a funny accent, right? It's not I'm not here to test your abilities to do impromptu acting. I don't expect y'all. Well, I mean, y'all are streamers, so kind of. But
Kind of.
you're kind of impromptu actors. But I don't expect y'all to have that experience and knowledge. And in the same way, let's say you say, I want to seduce the barmaid, right? For whatever reason. And I'll probably say, all right, well, your character has to make a diplomacy roll or something appropriate. Even if you hit me, wow, that was really loud, sorry. Even if you hit me with just the hottest riz I have ever seen, like you are dripped out, I'm still going to say, wow, that was really good. Make me a diplomacy roll. Because I don't want to punish someone else saying, well, I want to hit on the barmaid, but you are completely rizless, because that feels bad, right? What if you want to play the fantasy of having riz? I don't want to punish you for just not having riz in real life. In the same way, if you want to play a barbarian who's just, Hercules, and I'm like, oh, you want to open the door by punching it? All right. Get on the weight bench. Show me how much you lift. Right? It's not fair. Why would I test your mental or social abilities when I wouldn't test your physical abilities in the same way? And in the same way for a puzzle, if you say, well, I'm stupid, but my wizard's smart as hell. Can't the wizard figure it out? I think that's only fair.
I like that.
I like that too. That helps me out.
Because sometimes you want to roleplay something because you're bad at it, right? You want to live a fantasy of being good at it. What else do I got? Combat difficulty. Okay, just so you all know, while I hate puzzles, I live for tactical wargaming. I'm a big nerd. One of my favorite games. Actually, Pathfinder is not my favorite tabletop game right now. It is Lancer, and Lancer is just hardcore mecha action with a bit of luxury gay space communism. Don't worry about that part. What matters is hardcore tactical mecha action. Don't worry, Lancer goes places.
That sounds really intriguing.
I'm also
But-
intrigued.
Well, I mean, we can get to that, right? Maybe we do Lancer. Once I get my damn foundry working. Which,
Someday.
speaking of which, I won't be using Roll20. I actually prefer the virtual tabletop foundry. It is a $50 one-time purchase, and I just own it forever. And that's it.
Nice.
It works super well. If you play Pathfinder, you want to run it on Foundry. Hey, how you doing? You want to run it on Foundry. I'm just straight up. Oh my god, the automation from an all-volunteer team is insane. It's so good. But, yeah, beyond that, yeah. My DM style, I tend to create situations, and it's your problem to deal with. Same with combats. I will make combats that I find tactically interesting, and it's your problem to deal with it. And I do want to say, this is something players hate. This is something no one does. It's fine to run away. It's fine to look at something and go, I don't want to deal with that, and leave. Right? Narratively, that can not always be viable. But just keep in mind, it is an option to say, hey, there's 6 crossbowmen on a wall with a moat in front. There's 6 crossbowmen, there's a moat. I have a sword. I think we need to leave. Right? I think we need to find a different way and just run away. And when that happens, if that happens, I would say it's important. If y'all say, hey, Game Master, we're out, right? We are retreating. I prefer to not force. Okay. There's a common way to say that where, you're engaged in combat, right? The fighter's in the front, the wizard has gone down from an arrow, the cleric is like, I'm out of fucking heal spells. we're out. Okay, how? If the fighter runs, they'll just get torn to pieces. The wizard's on the ground bleeding to death. How can we run? And this is how a lot of parties in these games often end up dying. Because how can we run? All we can do is fight and hope it works out. I prefer to make this narrative. If you say, hey, we retreat, the encounter is over. You have lost, right? But I'm not going to say, oh, you were surrounded, you're doomed. Maybe, depending on the situation, you got extra banged up getting away. Maybe you make a skill check to jump up a wall and climb over the wall as people are like trying to get to you, right? But it's an option to run. And this works for the enemies as well. If let's say you were fighting 20 guys. I don't know why I'm throwing 20 guys at you, because I just hate myself or something, because this is going to take 1,000 years to play. But let's say you blow away 18 of them with a single fireball. Am I really going to say, all right, well, they're still going to take their turn. You have to spend time taking out the last two. No, I'm like, all right, that fight's over. This shit's done, right? Sometimes if something is so obvious where it's going, I'm just going to call it. What else? All right. Well, for those with any familiarity to things, if you have any particular pet peeves, feel free to let me know. Things you don't like, things you've experienced, you're like, man, that kind of sucked. I'd prefer that I didn't run into that. Let me know. And you can always DM me or just put it in the chat. If you don't want to say it on stream, that's okay.
I mean, I can just tell you right now, just not necessarily a pet peeve.
Damn, she hates us.
No, just a phobia thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't do well with gore, blood. So as long as it's not like very detailed explained, I'm okay. But as long as it's not super detailed, I'll be okay. But if it is super detailed, I'll start losing my mind.
Okay. So for an example, let's say you're fighting a necromancer. Necromancers just come with some body horror. It's part of the package, right? Ooh, they got the undead. It's kind of part of the package. And let's say Fable, as a gunslinger, crits a zombie for its entire HP, and I go, yo, you headshot it, and its head explodes, and we move on. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Great, yeah. I'm not going to zoom in and be like, you see the veins have burst out along the walls, forming a eldritch clock. Yeah. And frankly, that's too much work for me anyways. Y'all, I'm going to let y'all figure that shit out. I'm lazy. I'm very lazy. Yeah, okay. Same things with this last topic that I've titled Ethics in Red Cards. If you're not familiar in functional business worlds, a red card is an idea that it's something you use for a stop work order. If you look at something, you're like, hold up, I'm shutting this shit down. What the hell is going on here? You have that. You can do that here in this TTRPG. If there's something and you're like, whoa, I want to disengage entirely. Like, whatever's here, I'm like, hell no, I'm out. Right? That's okay to say. Now, of course, these are topics that are preferably known ahead of time. And by preferably, I mean, like, absolutely. You don't have to say it. You can type it to me or whatever. I do got to know that ahead of time, though. Because if someone tells me they have a horrifying phobia of pigs, and I'm like, but you're attacking the bacon factory. And I'm like, how am I supposed to... What am I supposed to do here? You know?
Well, maybe bacon comes from something else. I don't know.
Gips.
Comes from bacon
I don't like the sound
fields.
of that word. I'm not going to say that.
Bacon fields.
I just wanted to flip pigs around. It sounds bad.
A bacon tree?
Bacon tree. Yeah, the bacon trees. See, and now and here's the thing. You are like one sentence away from going straight into hardcore body horror with that statement. Bacon tree. I'm sorry?
Yay!
No, it's just the
What
bark of the
kind?
tree. It's fine. It's ethical.
Yes, the bark.
Or they're baking trees.
Bacon tree. I hope they are. Yeah. With that said, since I know some people mentioned they would like to know this is just a one-shot. I'm not going super in-depth on, like, the homebrew setting. Honestly, if we run something hardcore, I'm half a mind to be like... I'm half a mind to just buy one of the Paizo Adventure Pass and run that. Because the actual prep time to do homebrew is really high, right? That's just a lot of time. So, it's something to think about, something to consider. Lancer, however, I will bust out my best suit and tie for Lancer, let me tell you.
Ooh.
I'm just saying. But everyone has to be on the sci-fi mecha train. But why aren't you?
I'm here for it.
Why aren't you? All right.
I'm willing to be on board for that. And on the topic of like the phobia stuff,
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's many instances where this would be a problem for me in a D&D like setting.
Mm-hmm.
As long as there's nothing that involves ceiling fans or elevators, I'm fine. Like specifically those two. It's a very weird thing for one of those. Because like elevator, that
Okay.
makes sense. Ceiling fans, that would take some explaining, and we don't have enough time for that.
I know you say that. Just know that in a past campaign I ran, there was a fight in an elevator. The sorcerer might have shot a dude through the wall, and he fell down the elevator shaft.
Oh.
So it has happened, and it has happened. It's okay. That guy came back as a recurring villain who had turned into a giant biomechanical mecha monster with a horde of
The
zombies.
elevator. I love that. For him.
Respectfully,
Mhm.
that's metal.
His metal.
Mhm. He then
Okay, that
failed
is
3
pretty
saving
sad.
throws and died. So it goes.
Like a champion.
That's the life. Thanks for the follow. That's the life. It happens sometimes. It happens, okay? What do I need to kill? And hello. All right. But beyond that, So, quick thing to toss in. Oh my god, that's so big. So, thank you, Fantasy Map
Oh.
Generator. You are the best. Here we go. That is way over the front. So. Here's a homebrew world. I should put myself under that. There we go. I'm gone. It looks very big. None of this matters because this is a one shot and you don't need to know things, but I know some people are more comfortable having an idea of what setting they're in. The long and short of it is, well, just the short of it. This is a world which used to be grand and developed and vast. It was a shining state of civilization ruled by 3 competing empires that were pretty aggressive towards each other, but were in a state of essentially homeostasis. They couldn't really beat each other. And about 500 years ago, those empires called a truce, and their emperors came together and discussed among themselves and realized we are the greatest of humanity. But, you know, there are other ancestries. I'm just using humanity as a general term. And between us, why do we stay on the world as mortals when we could rise to the level of gods? And in their agreement, all 3 empires worked together. They built vast towers, great fortresses, and spires to the sky to call upon the gods and to rise themselves to their level. And fortunately, they succeeded. And the gods came down and were dragged from the stars down to meet them. It didn't go very well. It didn't go well at all. Large swaths of the world are uninhabitable for the last 500 years. The land grows more dangerous every day, and strange mutations and beings are seen in fields and lands where they were once unimaginable. In a more narrative sense, this is what you would call a points of light setting. A points of light setting is one where there are strongholds, bastions of civilization, but getting between them is dangerous. Things are good in some places, but there's a lot of places where things are really bad. Because those who still have ability and strength, there's simply not, they cannot project enough power and be in enough places to actually keep everything safe, if that makes sense. With that said, our little homebrew campaign will be taking place on the far western... Oh my god, this picture is difficult to manage.
Zoom and enhance.
Yes, enhance. More. You will be in the city-state of Victrum. Victrum, while it looks quite large, most of the eastern area and the center plains are gone. They're essentially wastelands. While there are attempts to essentially, colonize them, that's the wrong word, settle them once again, that were once the thriving hearts of an empire.
Jesus Christ.
Look, wrong word. You know how it is. Those areas are incredibly dangerous. And the city-state of Victrum in the center here, which was once one of the thriving hub cities of the Novellian Empire, is essentially on its own. Abandoned and alone, it has stood strong for 500 years, but recently a terrible collapse, something came from the sky and struck the heart of the city itself. The center of Victrum has been lost, and with it, most of its noble structure, most of its systems, its banking, pretty much every functioning system of the city. The inside of the city is a unknown landscape, and the outer walls have been shifted to face inwards to defend from whatever's on the inside. You, for this one-shot, are playing as the owners of a small pie shop in a refugee-filled slum area of the city, of the outside of the town. I have a small city map. Hold on. I need to find it. And essentially, this one-shot will be that as time has gone on, you have been repeatedly harassed by a local gang that has been buying up the land in this area and chasing out all the businesses that the refugees are reliant on. You don't know why, but frankly, you're not a fan of them, and they're certainly not your pals. So, while there might be horrible things going on in the city, not your problem. Your problem is much more immediate. Just trying to help out and run a happy little pie shop. Here we go. Here's the city of... I can't tell if that's... Hold on. I can't tell if that's even viewable. Yeah, that looks decent. Well, maybe I'll cover y'all up for a second.
Exciting.
That didn't cover y'all. Ah, whatever. I can sit down here. Wait. I swear I know what I'm doing. There we go. So, as you see, there's a large outer wall that was once the heart of the city. Everything inside the city has been lost. The ruins, while much of the buildings remains, the crash from the sky, the resulting waves, and frankly, these ruins, everything inside is incredibly dangerous. There are efforts ongoing to reclaim it, but perhaps that's a case for a longer campaign and not for a one-shot, so don't worry about it. You are out here in Eastern Victrum, on the east side, where it's nice and, frankly, not great. What used to be outlying farms have largely, many of which have been converted into shacks and shanties. Not, small little things, not great. It's a hard time. And with the collapse of the city, many of the outlying towns, the smaller places that relied on this city to survive, things have been getting bad there. And many people have chosen to move to the city, fully knowing how rough it is out here, because it's safer in numbers than it is being alone in the wilderness when strange things are crawling out from the ocean. So there you go. Does that make sense? Any questions? That was a lot, I know. A lot.
On a scale from high fantasy to like modern, I know you said there was like a huge event that like I assume set back everyone quite a bit. Where are we on the sliding scale?
Okay. So, given this setting, the metallurgy has not degraded, and tech hasn't degraded too much, though in the western... Oh, let me bring up the world map again. Levelon, where is your world map? Ooh, God, it's so... Oh my God, what have I done? Oh, this is going to take me so... Hold on. It's going to take me so long. I normally run OBS on a vertical monitor, so it's really narrow. So dragging this picture would take me like 5 times longer. I just removed... No, if I remove it, it'll be even bigger. All right, anyways. So the western side has more or less struggled to survive. The Ardelian Empire kind of collapsed, and there was a lot of infighting. You can get high-tech pieces, you can get quality equipment, incredible magical items from ruins. There's many ruins, old forts, old towns, old temples, things, everything in the center. You see where all of these so-called countries like stretch into the middle? People don't live there. Everything in there used to be like the hubs. That's all gone. So many of the stuff, while it has been 500 years, for many people, they don't really have it. It was fantasy map generator beans. It was... Hold on. It was... Azhag's fantasy map generator. Really fantastic. Really fantastic. So easy. But, yeah. With all that said, there are firearms, there are things. Originally, when I concepted this setting, I actually had it set tech-wise in the Bronze Age, because I think the Bronze Age is just neat. But for the realities of running Pathfinder 2nd Edition, and D&D for frankly, is really more of a late Renaissance era tech. There's plate armor, rapiers, firearms. That's all like late Renaissance tech. So that's generally where I'm going to set this, because that's just a lot easier for campaign compatibility.
Gotcha. Okay.
Now, with that said, in the Gajong Empire, over here, while they suffered quite a bit themselves, their tech is generally a bit better. This is where, in the east, where most of the elf population lives. It's not easy there. Frankly, the Gajong Empire is modeled after ancient China, where while elves rule and control most of the bureaucratic systems, they do so through a long and brutal system of testing. And those who wash out and fail the testing, instead of becoming bureaucrats, are essentially thrown out to be peasants working as all the other trash people. It's not great there. So while you do have technology, it's very fiercely guarded, and frankly, everyone's a big jerk. So it's not great there. And in the north side, there is also advanced tech, a lot more advanced metallurgy, but you would not be able to access it for the most part. A lot of it comes from let's say an emerging group from the Underdark that has emerged in the Kingdom of Aberwick and has started to expand from there. All right, I'm going to stop covering myself. There we go. Yeah. So tech-wise, decently high tech. You might find higher tech stuff, but that would be a very unusual item than anything beyond late Renaissance era.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Just watch, this is all a setup for when I shell the party with a howitzer. They'll never see it coming.
A what?
Don't worry about it.
It's fine.
You'll understand when it happened. I mean, what?
I'm gonna worry about it in private.
Don't worry about it. All right. But yeah, so there you go. That's for saying, for those who wanted a bit more at setting, there you go. Look, ouch at being classified as the trash people. Yeah, that's how they see it's not a nice place. Now I will note for another setting thing, Pathfinder does have, this is something built into Pathfinder systems. There's something called the 4 magical traditions. You have divine magic, arcane magic, primal magic, and occult magic, which essentially means magic from the gods, magic from study and understanding of the universe with arcane. Primal magic is derived from nature, and occult magic is weird shit. Just kind of a catch-all for like weird shit, like crystal healing and Ouija boards would be occult magic.
Okay, I was about to say weird magic as in, watch me take this pole and extend it into like a snake or something.
That
Like that.
actually, I think there's a
weird, or-
divine spell that does that because it's a reference to Moses. But
Oh.
a good example would be the Thaumaturge class. The Thaumaturge class is not a caster. It is what's called a martial. It's like a fighter, right? It is a charisma class. It functions through sympathetic magic by creating links between the natural world and what they're fighting to impose universal weaknesses upon them. For example, an example in the book is if a thaumaturge was fighting a rich man who was like, like you're fighting an evil tax collector. Maybe he puts the shackle of a freed slave on his sword because he knows that the concept of freedom and liberation is inherently powerful against this evil rich dude. That would be an example of occult magic. If that makes sense. Oh, I love that spell, Bean. There is a spell that makes the enemy see how they die. And they have to roll a will save to like fight it off or be able to avoid it. Yeah, occult magic is creepy stuff. Like one example of occult magic, there is a low-level occult spell called Vomit Swarm, where you open your mouth and just a giant swarm of insects come out and fly into your enemy.
Oh, good.
It's occult has a bunch of weird stuff like mind control spells and illusions and a bunch of like creepy bug magic and stuff. It's witch stuff. Witches are by default occult casters because it's a bunch of witchy stuff.
Love it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Arcane's pretty simple to explain. It's wizards. They can do almost anything. The one thing arcane spells can't do is heal. They're not good at healing. They do everything else. Divine is magic from the gods. It has a special. It's great at blowing up demons, and it's really good at healing and buffing. And primal magic, you can heal with it. You can warp the terrain. It's really good at control, and it's good at primal is blunt force. Primal is screaming, you know what? Fuck this guy. Lightning bolt. There's no subtlety in primal. You're just going to hit them with a really big magic hammer. All right. Well, with that said. Okay, let me set up some other stuff. But while I do that, any questions? Anything y'all want to ask, talk about? That was a lot.
I have a stupid question.
Mm-hmm.
Does Pathfinder also have a system for inspiration like D&D does?
Yes. Actually, yes. There is a subsystem in Pathfinder called Hero Points because you are heroes. You start every session with 1 hero point each. You are allowed to re-roll 1 roll of choice or use all your hero points to, at a moment when you would die, you don't. So if you would bleed to death or get hit by the executioner's axe in combat and would die, you can be like, I'm using my hero point. I go to 0 damage. I'm just unconscious. And you're not dead. And this resets every session. Hero points are a use it or lose it situation. You want to
Gotcha.
use one every session. And I can choose to give more hero points as I desire. If you do something fancy, you do something nice, I'll be like, great work. Even if it's like, hey, you got the info you needed from that bank teller and you didn't use violence. Nicely done, investigator player. Have a hero point because you played your character. Same way as if you're like, my character's an idiot. They're going to cause a problem. We're going to get into a fight because I would start, right? My character would start this. If you play your role, you play the character as they are, and I'm like, well, you did the job. I'll probably be like, have a hero point.
Fun, I like
you've
it.
never used hero
Is there
points,
a
Beans?
a
Oh,
max
God.
amount? Or
You can have up to 3.
Okay.
Frankly, if you're sitting on
like it's
3 hero points and I want to give you a 4th, why are you not using hero points? You get free rerolls? You're not using that?
What if you're just rolling too good?
I'm just making too much money. Yeah. Okay, I see the problem.
Listen, I'm just here to harass the DM. It's fine.
Uh-huh.
Specifically Lorelei problems, am I right?
I will note, casters often don't use hero points as much. And I was thinking about maybe homebrewing something. So the reason is, I note when I say hero points allow you to re-roll anything. If you're like, I need to hit him, I missed. Fuck it, hero point. I need to make this saving throw, I missed. Hero point, right? Well, a lot of spells are like, I cast Fireball, every enemy make a saving throw. You don't roll anything. So you have nothing to re-roll. They make rolls. I've been considering letting you use hero points to make enemies re-roll their saves, but frankly, it might be a little too busted. Some spells are like wildly good if you... Holy shit. So, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, I'm drowning in nat 20s. I'm too hot. Someone put me out.
Listen, I'm just too good. Someone stop me.
I see. The protagonist has arrived, everyone. All right. All right. Oh, yeah. I forgot I was supposed to say something. All right. Any more questions, more thoughts, more identities? What the fuck does that mean?
Question that I would really have is what's the climate of where we are like?
So where you are is a major port city. So it's fairly temperate with reasonably cold winters. It does snow, but not that much. It doesn't really freeze over. It's a warm water port. Aw, Zach. Oh, thanks for dropping by. It is a warm water port.
Good to know.
Mm-hmm.
So we're all in our bikinis, right?
I
That's what I
mean,
heard.
if it's
Avi.
summer, you could be. I
Is it
love
summer?
my refugee city bikinis.
I mean, I'd have to
I
go out
mean-
and buy a new bikini.
Hey, everyone needs a beach episode sometimes.
Exactly. You
Look,
said we're
Zach, I'm just gonna
protecting or
say,
running a pie shop or something.
yes, for this one shot specifically.
That's
Zach,
how we
I will say,
advertise. Bikinis, it's fine.
fairies are a playable ancestry in Pathfinder. That's all. You can go have fun at work. Why is this not working? PowerPoint. There we go. All right. So the fancy bit that I know everyone wants to get to. As I cover myself up because I don't know how else to do this. Y'all can stay.
We're the favorites now.
Yeah, PowerPoint. Behold, meet the classes. Why, yes, I do play Team Fortress. How did you know? Yeah, there's a lot of classes in this game, like a lot of classes. So for building a character, oh god, how many classes are there? If we count the ones in playtests, which is another 4, there's like 28, I think. And they're all very unique for the most part. And most of them can do a lot of different things. So what I would recommend is thinking of roles and character concepts you want to play more than, say, I love Rangers, I'm going to play Ranger. We can do that. If you're a mechanics first person, if you say, I always play Thieves, right? And you know in your heart this is true, that's fine. We can work with that. What we need to do is narrow down a range of classes and figure out what fits your concept and idea the best. You don't have to know all 28. I'm a nerd and I know all 28. So we can figure it out together.
So it's fine if I just have a vibe and a dream.
Yes.
Understood.
No, a vibe and a dream is more than enough. That's all we need. That's all we need. Mm-hmm. With that said, I would say there are 4 general roles. Now, these are taken from 4th edition D&D. You can have other roles, there are other ideas. This is an easy way to think of it, though. Generally, in your party, you will have some form of a defender, and a given character can fill multiple roles to some degree. You'll have some form of a defender, some form of a striker, so someone who can take hits and someone who can give hits. Because at the end of the day, if you're in a fight, you need someone to tank. Someone has to get hit, and someone has to do damage at the end of the day. You can do damage through weapons, through bows, through spells, but you need to do damage somehow. You can have controller characters, which they're going to debuff enemies. They're going to create walls or warp the ground so enemies can't reach you. Though they control the battlefield. These are a more supportive, more tactical and tactician style of play. And you have leaders. Leaders are generally characters who buff their party, reposition their party. Leaders are the kind of person who spends their time understanding how the rest of the party works, so they can say, hey, I'm going to buff you. Can you trip the enemy? And then the gunslinger can strike with my buff, right? You lead the group because in FF14 terms, you're the raid leader, which is probably a healer most of the time, because you get to stand back and observe. The fighter is very much like, I'm fucking fighting for my life over here. I don't got time. What the fuck is going on? Right? Because they're just in it.
I was going to make an FF14 joke saying because every time you say gunslinger, I always think of, I always think of the style in DMC, but I also think of the gunbreaker.
All right. I just want you to know, Lexel. There is a gunslinger class called the Trigger Brand who explicitly wields short swords with flintlock pistols built into them. And they have an attack called Stab and Blast.
I love that. I love that.
So yes, you can build an FF8 Squall gunslinger.
So you're telling me I have a chance to just randomly yell gunmetal soul in the middle of a campaign? I love it.
Yeah. Just don't hit your defensive ult and shoot yourself. And what HP?
Promises.
Yeah. Oh, great point, Kojo. Are y'all familiar when I say buff and debuff? Terms which, to me, for reference, I've been playing these games for over 2 decades. If there's anything I say and you're like, what the fuck does that mean, generic? Just ask me, because I might not be aware that it's not a normal term. When I say buff and debuff, do y'all know what that means?
Not at all.
Okay.
Nope.
So, great. Thank you, Chad, for making me know what I'm doing. Yes.
In regular RPG mechanics, I know that a buff can increase a stat and a debuff will decrease it. I don't know if it works the same in D&D.
That's exactly what it means. For example, let's say I have a bard in the party, and the bard says, I'm going to use Courageous Anthem. Courageous Anthem is what we would call a buff spell. That means the whole party gets a +1 to hit. So it buffs them in that they become stronger, right? They become buff, is the idea behind the term. Courageous Anthem would allow your party when they swing to become more accurate so that they can land hits more consistently. This is a dice game at the end of the day. You will roll a 20-sided dice and then add a number. And you're trying to get a number that is equal to or bigger than some target value, what's called a DC, a difficulty class. No idea why they call it that, but... And if you match that number, you succeed. So you want to buff your numbers and have better numbers so you have a higher statistical chance of rolling enough to succeed. That's the idea. And a debuff is the opposite. Whereas a buff makes you more powerful, a debuff is any effect that makes you weaker. For example, a poison spell might sicken the enemy or frighten them. Frightened and sickened make all of their rolls have a lower result. So like their saving throws are a little bit less likely to succeed. Their attacks are a little bit more likely to miss. That kind of thing. So controllers and leaders are going to be how you pull that off consistently. Strikers and defenders are more blunt, usually. Granted, and again, a given character can fill potentially all 4 roles, just not very well, which can work if that's what you need. This is a teamwork-focused game. All right, let's move on. Yeah, and then I drew this to show. It's very common for defenders and strikers to kind of overlap. Like if you play a barbarian with a shield and a big sword, yeah, you're really tough. You can take hits, so you're a decent defender. And you also hit really hard. So you're a good striker. Now, you're not really a leader. You're a barbarian with a big sword. And in the same way, a wizard might be a controller who has powerful wall spells, powerful, like, he creates phantom swamps and stuff to slow the enemy down. But maybe he also is a striker because he casts Fireball and just blows people up. Maybe he's also a leader because he uses spells to buff his party and, like, give them defensive boosts or reposition them. Like, the wizard might create a wind to move a party member when an enemy approaches them. Things like that. You can fill multiple roles. So, as always, we come up with a concept, and from there we can figure out what kind of character will work. And for this one shot, you're level 1. It's not a big deal, right? There's a lot of fancy things you simply don't have to care about because you are as low level as it gets. There's not too many decisions to make. So yeah, this was an idea of me just showing off a few example classes for different roles. For example, defenders, we have champions, which are this game's version of paladin, because technically paladin is in the Wizards of the Coast license, and they tried to steal from every company using it, so Paizo had to... Everything has to be technically not owned by Wizards of the Coast, right? It's not a mind flayer. It's a flayer of the mind. Completely different. Completely different.
Totally different.
Mm-hmm. It's not a beholder. It's a many-eyed stalker. Very different.
This
Yeah.
isn't a guard arresting you. This is simply a difficulty tweak.
Exactly. Yeah, now's the perfect time to build a character on a vibe and a dream. Exactly. But yeah, so champions, for example, since you mentioned paladin, champions are defensive kings. They're so good. Their primary mechanics are they have better armor than anyone else. They wear heavy armor and are more skilled at it. So they have really good defenses. They just have a lower chance of getting hit and crit than other characters. And I guess I can just dance myself around as we cover different topics. YOLO. And with that, they have a... So here's the problem with tanking. This is what I would call the tank paradox, and it's in a lot of games. If you want to make a tank in any game, right, your first thought is, I should put every resource into being hard to kill. But here's the thing. You aren't fighting AI. You're fighting me. And frankly, if you stand in front of an enemy and there's a wizard right behind you, I'm gonna punch the wizard most of the time. If you're fighting a zombie, yeah, it goes for you. If you're fighting the king's assassins, they're not going for you first, right? They're smart. Champions have what's called the champion reaction. Basically, when an enemy swings at an ally near you, you can intercept the attack and reduce the incoming damage and then create an extra effect based on the champion. Justice champions, which are paladins, they can step and then swing at the enemy for daring to attack their friend. Liberator champions allow their ally to move and just disengage, whereas grandeur champions flash a brilliant smile and it blinds the enemy for the rest of their turn. Things like that. But there are other tanks. Guardian, that's a playtest class. I wouldn't recommend it at the moment, but its idea is that it literally jumps in front of incoming attacks and takes the damage itself. Monks are incredibly good tanks. They have insane defenses and saving throws and are super fast. They're really good at just grappling and tripping enemies and just pinning them down like a wrestler and just saying, hey, you don't have to go for me. I can't punish you. But you're going to waste so many goddamn actions trying to chase down the wizard. So you should probably swing at me, huh? That's the idea behind monk tanking. And fighters are fighters. They're for those who are familiar with Dungeons and Dragons, fighters are kind of mediocre. Fighters in Pathfinder are built different. That is their explicit role in the game. Fighters are him. They are just freaks at fighting. They will win. That is their thing. They have a something. Was this farther in? I think it is. They have a +2 to hit over every other character in the game, which turns into a 10% higher crit chance at all times. For reference, in Pathfinder, they have a very elegant crit system. So let's say you swing at an enemy and he has an armor of 15. So you have to roll a 15 to hit him. In Pathfinder, they have a system called the +-10 crit system. If you roll 10 higher than your target, it is a critical hit. Oh, thank you. Yes, crit means critical hit. It's an extremely successful result that does double damage or more. If you roll a 25 on your total to hit roll, you crit. You get a critical hit. Which means if the wizard debuffs the enemy's defense, and then you trip the enemy, and then someone aids you to buff your attack, you now have like a 40% increased chance to land a critical hit. And the whole party can just gang up on this dude and just annihilate him. And in the same way, if you roll 10 points under your target, you get a critical failure. For most weapons, this doesn't matter, but for spells, it does. If you get a critical failure on your saving throw, if someone casts Fireball and you need to roll a 15 on your reflex save to dodge the fireball and take half damage, but you roll a 5 and critically fail, you take double fireball damage and just get annihilated. You ain't live till you see someone crit fail their disintegrate check and just get banished to the shadow realm.
I was going to ask what the chances were for the crits, because I know critical fails and critical hits are a thing.
Mm-hmm.
And
so
from what I understand, it works the same as it would in an RPG, where critical hit is typically double damage or quadruple damage depending on the buffs or debuffs you have.
Yes.
And critical fail is just Oh, I cast Fireball.
Mhm.
Oh, I'm gonna block it. Wait, my defense is debuffed.
Yes, that is essentially
I'm
how it
tripped.
works.
I'm
That's
fucked.
essentially how it works. And as a result, if you like frighten the enemy, it reduces all of their defenses, which means every attack is now more likely to land a critical and do double damage. There are certain weapons and certain effects that have even more. For example, the Fear spell. The Fear spell says, hey, they make a will saving throw. Because, it's a mind spell, right? It's attacking their brain. If they succeed, they're frightened 1, a small debuff. If they fail, they're frightened 2, a much more powerful debuff that lasts longer. If they critically fail the Fear spell, they are frightened 4 and fleeing for the next round. They lose their next turn and just have to run away from you and can do nothing else. Which also means the next turn, they have to run back because they're way the fuck out there. So if you when things crit in Pathfinder, it is explosively powerful. That is why teamwork is so important here, because it helps you land critical effects. Essentially, high-level Pathfinder play involves tweaking statistics to be in your favor so you get those big hits. It'll make more sense when we can play some rounds. I wish we could do that today. My Foundry table's borked, so oops, my bad.
It's okay.
Yeah. With that said, we also have strikers. Oh, I'm so much smaller here. Oh well. We also have strikers, which are damage dealers. And there's a lot of ways. You can play a barbarian who just hits really, really hard. You could play a druid who uses nature magic to call down lightning bolts, fireballs, create stone that blasts out of the ground and hits people. Or like a sorcerer who does similar. You could play a rogue who sneaks around the battlefield, waits for their tank, their defender, to engage the enemy, and then they run behind and just stab them in the kidneys for sneak attack damage. There's a lot of ways to play a striker. Don't worry about it too hard. We'll find ways to do a lot of damage. I'm on the wrong thing. All right. And we have spellcasters, who are the controllers and leaders generally. This is kind of a lot. Don't worry too much. We'll consider concepts. Controllers, you have a lot of picks. Wizards, witches, alchemists, bards. And they all do in different ways. Wizards have illusions, walls. They kind of do everything, but they're really fragile. Druids are much more durable, but rely on natural control. They can create a wall of stone or ice. They might turn the ground into mud, but they can't create an illusion and make you think or like turn their party invisible. They can't do that. Alchemists are technically not casters. They're really weird. They are item users. They create items. As much as I adore Alchemist, I do not recommend it for any new player because you need to bust open the Excel spreadsheet. You have so many fucking items. You have witches who are amazing at spamming debuff spells on their enemy. They weaken your enemy, attack their mind, sicken them, like curse them with things. And you have bards who are the number manipulation masters. They make their allies' numbers big, their enemies' numbers small. Bards don't win the fight themselves. They stand there and they watch as your party just kind of picks the enemy apart. Druids get something to hide your spells and sounds. Yeah, druids have a lot of tricks. Everyone gets a lot of tricks in this game. These are just kind of general rules. And in terms of leaders, we have bards who are great. We have clerics who have godlike healing, just insane healing. Great ways to buff their party, increase their numbers and stats, and are pretty durable and flexible with some attack options as well. Alchemists, once again, I do not recommend that to y'all. psychics, who are a kind of spellcaster that they're the closest to a warlock in D&D 5e. They rely on spamming more powerful versions of infinite use cantrip spells, which are spells that are not limited. They don't cost mana, essentially. And there's also the commander class, which is not a caster. It's actually an armored warrior who can command the party to do tactics and like form up around them and stuff. All right. So yeah, with that said, I got to get rid of myself because this is important. You just started playing Pathfinder 2 years ago. I mean, 2 years is a long time. All right. So the big thing with Pathfinder, big thing that marks it out from other games is the 3-action economy. In Pathfinder, you can do 3 things on your turn. The end. For example, if you play Baldur's Gate or Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, you have a move action, a standard action, and a bonus action. And the standard action can be used to move again, but the bonus action cannot. But you cannot earn extra bonus actions, but bonus actions can do things standard. It's kind of a mess. In Pathfinder, you can do 3 things. You can move 3 times. You can attack 3 times. You can use a spell and then move. Some larger, more powerful actions will cost 2 actions. There's essentially fancy moves you can do that take more time, but have a lot of power in them. You could use your actions to pull out a potion and then drink it, and then maybe make a sword swing on someone for 3 actions. Or you could use your skills. I gotta move this up. No one can see the skills. For example, you can use a lot of skills in combat. You can use your intimidation skill to scare an enemy and put a frightened debuff on them, reducing their stats. You can use deception to feint and trick your enemy and make them off guard so they have a reduced armor to your actual swing because they can't defend themselves. You could use your medicine skill to heal a teammate in combat or out of combat. You don't need magic to heal in Pathfinder. You can simply be a really good doctor. And yes, your party probably wants a doctor. It's kind of useful. Yeah, I think I explained the crit system decently well. All right. So before we move on, any questions about this? Does this concept make sense of you can do 3 things on your turn?
Is talking still a free action?
Yes.
Perfect.
As long as it's not excessive.
Mm-hmm.
Or if it's really funny. If it's funny, I'll let anything happen. I mean, God, why not? I'm a doctor, not a mind. Hey, mind flayers can be doctors. Why not? In fact, there's even, for the doctors in there is even a spell, a really funny one that gives you X-ray vision that allows you to see your enemy's organs. And you can make a medicine check to target their internal organ and then stab them and get massive bonus damage every round. Because you're a really good doctor.
That's fucking sick.
Yeah, there's some wacky spells.
Of those 5 things, you can do 3. Am I understanding that correctly?
Or you could do one of them 3 times. So if you're like,
Okay.
I don't want to be here, you can move and then move and then move.
Okay.
And one thing I'll note, this is actually kind of freeing for you because it means movement is not free. Which on one hand, you might think, well, this sucks. I have to spend actions to run up to an enemy. But also, the enemy has to spend actions to run up to you. So if you're swinging at someone, you can be like, all right, I'm going to disengage. I'm going to walk away for my 3rd action. This wastes their action. They have to walk back up to you. And if you're faster than they are, you just wasted 2 of their actions. Because they have to walk twice. Because you're fast. Things like that can be a huge benefit. And this is something that'll make more sense when we're able to play next week. Yes, kiting is a thing. You can kite back in the enemy's force to keep approaching. This makes sense when we play next week. Yes.
But so does that mean that basically like the opponent or like whoever we're fighting against is also like playing by the same rules?
Yes,
like
they
if
have
to roll, like
the
if we roll,
exact
they
same
roll.
rules. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
They have to roll to hit. They have to move. They have 3 actions the same way you do.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I
There
was
are
gonna
some
ask a similar
exceptions.
question.
Oh, sorry. Yes, go ahead.
Well, Naz already asked it, but I was going to ask a question similar to that. But pretty much what she asked was what I was going to ask anyway.
Oh, okay. Oh, no. There are exceptions. For example, zombies. Zombies have a permanent slowed 1 condition. Because zombies are kind of slow, right? They kind of shamble after you. The game represents it. They have the slowed 1 debuff on them permanently, which means they lose an action. They get 2 actions on their turn, not 3. So a zombie can walk up and grab you, but it can't bite you. However, if you just stand there and try and stab it, now it can bite you because it got its next turn. But if you just walked away, the zombies are really slow. So you can kind of hit it in the head and just walk back twice. And it can do nothing but like shamble after you. Now,
Pretty good.
you have to keep in mind, if there's a wall behind you, this isn't going to work. Right? You need a
Okay.
large enough space to run around in a circle. But if it works, it works.
Okay.
So zombies are slow. But what if they were buffed? Like, can zombies get buffed?
Well, maybe
By,
the
like,
Necromancer
hand.
casts a haste spell on their zombies. The haste spell gives you a 4th action.
Horrifying.
Mhm.
Oh, that's unfair.
However, it is limited. All haste effects in this game are limited because they recognize we cannot let the wizard cast 2 spells every round. We can no. We can't let them do that. It's way too good. Because the wizard will just start wombo comboing you. For example, a pair of spells. This is like a mid-level thing. The wizard will cast Corrosive Muck, which creates pits of acid under you that are greater difficult terrain, so they cost 4 times as much movement to take a single step. It cuts your movement into a 4th. And then they cast Wall of Stone and just seal you in. They just make a round wall around the pit. And you're like, fuck. As you just start melting in the acid. And like, where are you going to go? That's why haste is limited. It specifically allows you to stride or strike. It lets you move or do an attack. You can't use it for anything fancy because it would be too good. But yes, in our example for a zombie, a necromancer might cast haste on their zombies. That would put the zombies up to a normal amount of actions. It wouldn't, like, because they're still losing an action, but now they're hasted so they can move with it as their extra action. And for example, this reminds me of a type of zombie I've used. There's something called a shock zombie. It's like a Frankenstein lightning zombie. If you hit it, if it takes electricity damage, if you hit it with lightning, it powers up and gets hasted because it runs off electricity. So you just overclocked it and now it starts rushing you way faster. For example. All right. Any other questions?
I don't think so. At least not for me.
Yeah, not about the actions.
Yeah,
Great.
none for me.
Yeah, I love the shock zombie. There's so many fun zombies. I also like zombie brutes, which are giant zombies that can pick up the other ones and throw them as projectiles. So we explained the crit system. When your total number is 10 points higher than the target, you land a critical hit. You do bonus damage. Double or more. Double damage is the minimum of a crit. Some weapons and some effects are more powerful. This is something which, like, you can read and you're like, oh, that sounds nice. Bonuses to hit is a crit chance. But it results in things like when your bard spends their 3rd action to give the party a +1 to hit, your bard just boosted the team's crit chance by 5%. just YOLO, which is like, wait, you just doubled my crit chance. Hell yeah. Right?
Pretty good.
This will make more sense when we play. When you see it in action, it will make more sense. So I'm not going to dwell too much on this. I was hoping to do some fights to lock it in, but don't worry about it. Is that it? That's it. That's all I have. So we'll just sit on this. I'm going to get big again, though. God, it's kind of bright. I'm going to turn it off. It's kind of bright. My
It is a
eyes.
little
Oh, thank
bright.
God. Oh, thank God. All right. So, with all that said, that was a lot. That's Pathfinder. Have I told them of Dawnsbury Days? I do like Dawnsbury Days. That's a good thought.
What is that?
There is a small one man, a single guy made a small little, like 5-hour long game on Steam. That's just Pathfinder. It's a level 1 through 4 adventure. You just play the full party by yourself and just go on a little adventure. And it just uses Pathfinder. It's pretty
Cute.
good. It's pretty good. I think they just released an expansion to it. I need to check
I'm
that
back.
out.
Is anything important?
Not really. There's a little
Not
game on
unless you
Steam
went
that
over
lets you
scripts.
play Pathfinder on your own. That's it. Called Dawnsbury Days. Mm-hmm. All right.
Neat.
Well, yeah. So, who wants to make a character?
I do.
Okay.
I'd love to make a
I
character.
have like 3 concepts that I've been rolling around in my head, and I'm not sure which one would be best for the setting and the party. So
Mhm.
I will probably pitch all 3 of them to you and everybody else and see like which one everyone is drawn to the most, I guess.
There we go. Ooh, that is big. Okay, let's make that small. All right, that sounds good. So yeah, I was thinking so let's talk about the concepts and then we can work on them together so y'all can see what a few different classes look like when we make them. Get some practical experience that way.
Yay.
Mm-hmm. And yes, this is Path Builder 2nd Edition. It has, you can play it on the Android, you can use it on Android, like your phone, and you can use it on browsers. You can just type in Path Builder 2E and Google it up and it'll pop up. At least it should. But, all right, well.
Are we starting with me since I'm over here?
We don't have to. But first off, I just wanted to say, let's get a sense of what kind of character each person is interested in building before we build any of them. That way, you know your team makes a little more sense together. Also, hi, Juby. How you doing?
Hi, Juby.
Hi,
Hey,
Juby.
No, shh, don't. I'm just here. Don't worry.
I'm sorry, that's Salsa Daddy.
Well, that's their official name. Okay, I had to switch it because everyone's names are different. You caused this. That's right. This is y'all who caused this. Anyways. But yeah. With that said, Fable. All right. Well, Daddy's here to watch, so that's good. That's good.
So I have 3 characters that are ranging of like the easiest to make versus the hardest.
Mhm.
The easiest one is a plant folk gunslinger. The middle one is a
Cowboy cactus. Love it.
mermaid swashbuckler, in the sense that I want them to be a merfolk that made a deal with something to give them legs.
There are a few options for that. We could play a full-on fish person. We could play a human who is aquatic, so a human with gills. We could play, a full-on mermaid, just merfolk. And last but most extreme, under rare, there is awakened animal. You could play a swordfish. Not a swordfish person, a swordfish. How do they use a sword? Don't worry about it. How are they walking? Don't worry about it.
And then the last idea that I had was I was looking through the backgrounds and I saw that there is a background called Wished Alive. And
Yes.
since you were talking about how the city that we're in was literally like destroyed and stuff, I was thinking it'd be really interesting that like when the city was destroyed, like all of the people who are like begging for someone to save them, it basically coalesced into this creature, like basically a living plushie coming to life, and now it's just like hanging out. And
good news is there's an ancestry called Pop It, where you can play a toy. So yes, we could do that. See, that's a character we could do a lot with in a full campaign. For a one-shot, it's whatever. Pick what's fun. But yeah, we could make that work.
I was also contemplating for the last one giving them the thaumaturge class. Maybe. I don't play spellcasters very often.
Thaumaturge is a fighter.
So
it's not a spellcaster. No, thaumaturge is a monster hunter. You use magical trinkets, magical items you have collected, and your knowledge of different creatures to impose weaknesses on your enemy and then hit them.
Yeah. So the idea is either that or make them a doctor. So yeah, these are my three character concepts. The last, like I said, the last one is the hardest because it's the most vague. I have literally just a vibe check for them. But yeah.
I'm gonna say I love the thaumaturge class. You can use it out of the box to make Simon Belmont, or Rip Van Winkle. Any kind of vampire hunter is just built in. Because you just look at someone, you're like, that's a vampire. And you can just do silver damage with anything. You don't need silver. You just punch him with your knuckle dusters and it does silver damage. Because you took like silverware and taped a fork to it. You're like, good enough. Let's go. I also made Alan Wake as a thaumaturge. Like, they're very versatile. With his flashlight and his revolver and his magical pages that tell him the future. You can do a lot with thaumaturge. Their magical trinkets are weird. But with that, before we dwell on that, Lore, what kind of characters were you thinking of?
Oh, you might want to skip me for now.
Okay.
I was looking at some stuff.
We'll skip the indecisive. Alexo, how about you?
Huh?
Are there any kind of fantasy characters? I know you mentioned this earlier, but we'll ask again. Are there fantasy characters you really like to play? Roles you love to fill? Or just ideas of a person you want to be?
Okay, so I mentioned the character that I already have, and I was wrong about him being a paladin. Apparently he was a fighter, but that's irrelevant to this one shot. But
I mean, we can make a fighter.
For the context of the one shot, because I wanted it to like fit with the whole like, oh, we're defending a pie shop.
Yeah.
But like, actually, I did have a question. Are we employees of the pie shop?
You own it.
Or were we just hired to defend it?
No, you own it.
Oh, we own it.
Yeah, this is your pie shop. So yeah, basically what this tells you is you're not like a big deal, but you will be fighting in a city environment. Fighting like a gang.
Okay. So so it's like Yakuza type deal, but not Yakuza. Like
exactly. Exactly.
I'm not gonna lie, class-wise, I'm kind of interested in that thing you told me about. I'm not gonna lie. I forgot what it was called.
Can you describe it?
The gun sword thing.
Oh, gunslingers.
You said it was called.
Unfortunately, you won't get Trigger Brand Salvo until level 6, which is when you can stab and then shoot them point blank with your sword still in them. Gunslingers are a lot of fun, though. They're kind of weird. They are a ranged crit fishing class. They have a very high to hit rate, and guns have a special mechanic where they do very low damage until you land a critical hit, and then they blow a giant hole through the enemy. So You could play a gunslinger. They're built around working with a lot of teamwork until you land a big one. You are essentially the party's gambler, where they have to set you up and you're like, boy, I hope a roll of 16. Let's go. Okay.
Actually, wait. Didn't Fable say she was playing a gunslinger? Wait a minute.
One of my concepts is a gunslinger, but there's like different flavors of gunslinger, so it's okay. Like that's why I have a couple different concepts, because I personally have played Pathfinder before, so I'm willing to be more flexible around the people who have not played before.
Right. Then yeah, probably gunslinger, or what was? Is there anything that's similar to that, but with like melee?
There are melee gunslingers. There's nothing stopping you from playing a champion or a fighter with a gun sword. You just have to build for it. But you can use guns and gun swords on other characters. So if you want to be like heavily armored, you'd be better off going champion with a gun sword, for example. It's a little more awkward. They aren't as good at it. Guns are really built for gunslingers, but there's nothing stopping you. Especially, it's a level 1 one-shot. We don't have to be on the bleeding edge of efficiency here.
Then yeah, for the sake of efficiency, I would just go with regular gunslinger then.
All right. So, hold on, I'm going to change some names here, just so I can save there. We don't have to like lock it in, but I'm just gonna put it in so I have an idea. So gunslinger. Where is it? There it is. All right, Nas, is there any like things you like to do in fantasy games, or characters you would like to try and vibe after?
I'm always down to be magical and to be a witch at all times.
There is a witch class, but we don't necessarily have to play it just because it's named witch. So the witch is very fragile, kind of slow, but you do get spells. You can use okay. So you've never played you've never played D&D or Baldur's Gate or anything, right?
No, never.
Okay. So witches are the familiar class. Witches are specialized in having a little buddy, a little guy, a little pet that is offering you power because this pet was sent to you by a greater entity called a patron. There is something giving you magic. Why? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just have some more. Have a little more. But with this, witches are kind of a customizable build your own wizard. They can pick any of the 4 types of magic based on what is their patron. For example, if your patron is the resentment, you use occult spells because you use weird, gross, and witchy magic. And you gain every witch is built around hexes. You gain a unique hex called I think you get Evil Eye. Yeah, you gain the Evil Eye, where you can spend 1 action on your turn to look at someone, and they have to make a fortitude save. They have to see how tough they are, and if they fail, they become sickened. They become sick, and all of their stats go down. And you can just keep staring at them to keep the penalty up. And your familiar, witches use their familiars in combat, which can be risky, right? Your little guy is going to get smashed sometimes. Your familiar prolongs negative effects. You extend the duration of different effects on enemies with your familiar as you use your hexes on people. And then you cast spells like any other spellcaster. You cast based on the spells. But for example, you could also have the Silence in Snow patron. You know, maybe Elsa is giving you magic somehow and you have a little snowman. I don't know. But this witch has primal magic. So you use nature spells, a lot of natural elemental magic and like healing. And you have the hex called, Clinging Ice, where you create a small blizzard around someone and it slows down their move speed and does a tiny amount of damage every round. As your familiar starts spreading snow in the area and creating difficult terrain that slows people down trying to move. You're kind of a delay-built witch instead. They're very customizable, which is a little more complex, not undoable, but yeah. However, we don't have to play a witch. There's plenty of other casters who's to say a wizard can't be a witch, right? Or a sorcerer. True. The way they do is they just cast spells differently. Wizards are locked to arcane spells. They're also wizard, witch, and sorcerer are what I would call and psychic are the they're the little baby gang. They have half the health of a frontline character and terrible defense. They just die. They're just a little guy. You wouldn't hit me, right? Please. Because they're really strong at spells. Wizards cast the most spells of anyone besides a cleric, and their spells are very powerful. But that's all they get. They're just garbage at anything that's not casting spells. So once they run out of spells for the day, they're just like, all right, I'm going home. You guys got that. I'm going to go take a nap. You got this, guys. I'm dry. Bye. Yeah, what am I going to do? Cast a little cantrip? Ooh, electric arc. Bleh. It's like, yeah, it works, but like, eh. Well, thanks for the follow. But, and we have a few. So there's that. One thing I'll note, witches and wizards are what are called prepared spellcasters. So a level 1 witch, in the morning, you look at your spells, you pick 2. Let's say you pick, I'm just grabbing random things, Acidic Burst, and you, yeah, sure. And then you grab Chilling Spray. Not even looking at what they do, right? You can cast each of these once. You have essentially prepared 2 grenades, like magic grenades in your pockets, and that's what you can cast in the day. You cannot cast Chilling Spray twice, because you brought 1 of each. That's how witches and wizards, they're very knowledge-based, very preparation-based. This is the kind of class that wants to scout ahead, figure out what we need, and say, hey guys, we need an alarm spell. Or maybe we need a silence spell so we can infiltrate the castle and no one will hear us. So you go, and in the morning you come back and you have changed this to silence, for example, right? So you can now handle that. Wizards will outline a 6-season arc of their favorite show. Yeah, basically. Wizards are nerds. Witches are also nerds. There are also sorcerers. These are the other end. Sorcerers gain their magic from their heritage, their bloodline. Like maybe your mom got freaky with a demon, or an angel, or a phoenix. Maybe you have dragon blood. Maybe your great-grandfather was a dragon and it has manifested to give you magic. That kind of thing. Sorcerers are slightly different. They pick a few spells. So again, Acidic Burst and Ink Shot. Just grabbing things at random. Sorcerers can cast 3 spells a day, and it can be any of these in any amount. The thing is, they can't change these spells. These are just a natural part of your blood, right? You can't wake up the next morning and be like, boy, I really need the ability to summon a staircase. I'm going to study how to summon a staircase. You're just not capable of doing that. Sorcerers are really good at doing one thing, but they can't change it. Now, because this is a one-shot, doesn't really matter. You know? Not gonna... this matters more in a long-term game. But...
Okay.
Yeah. So some kind of
Maybe?
caster. Mm-hmm.
Maybe a sorcerer? That sounds kind of cool. But like
Sorcerers
I
are
don't like
cool.
the fact that I can't like change my spell. So for a one shot, like it'd
Yeah.
be cool to maybe play a sorcerer.
I think for a one shot, especially level 1 sorcerer, makes more sense. And I'll
Okay,
note,
let's
in
go
a
with
longer
that.
game, you can buy scrolls, you can buy wands, you can buy magical staves. That will allow your sorcerer to use the scroll as a consumable, a one-use item. It's essentially a spell that's been written into the paper and burns the paper as it activates. So you can, if you're like, hey, I need a spell that makes a bridge, but I don't need it that often. You buy one scroll of it, right? Oh, hey Raiders, how you doing? We're learning how to play Pathfinder. But you use the scroll, right? And now you have a single bridge, summon bridge spell in your pocket, and it's just what you got, right? And that's fine. But
Like,
sin your typo. All right,
Listen,
moving
I
on.
can't type. I was eating. I wanted my granola bar. I haven't eaten today.
Oh,
Shatter.
all right.
sorry.
Can't read.
Reading's hard. It's
Ooh,
okay.
Fan art of Fable, nice. Ooh.
Surprise
Wow.
Pikachu face.
But
Hold on, I have an emote for this.
uh-huh.
Let's press Pikachu face. Share. Send it to me right now.
All right, Sin. Do you want more time? Do you need more time to eat?
Oh no, I can say what I want to
All
do
right,
right
perfect.
now.
Say what you want to say.
I'm just cleric.
You like cleric? Clerics are
We're just
Really good.
we're going with a healer.
they're really good. So I will note. Okay, now I get introduced. So a lot of classes in Pathfinder are very unique and kind of juiced. If you're used to like D&D, you'll be like, they get what? So clerics get your normal, they get 2 spells at level 1. Pretty normal, right? They get a couple spells, they get to pick what they want, and they can change it in the morning. It's good.
Yeah.
That's fine. Also, they have the healing font. Your cleric, depending on your god, gets an additional 4 casts of heal at their maximum rank every morning. For free.
Hell yes.
At level 5, this turns into 5 casts of heal. For free. Evil clerics can get harm instead. And some clerics can get both. There are also cleric builds where you get what's called Channel Smite, where you can hit enemies and then as part of your sword swing, channel a heal or harm spell directly into them. So you essentially get the Paladin Smite from 5e on your cleric. Now, this is a great question. There are multiple kinds of clerics. Technically, there are 3. I'm not even going to address the third one because it's not a healer. There are what are called doctrines. So, classic D&D clerics, if you're not familiar, clerics are priests. They are followers of the devout of the gods. And the gods give them magical powers in exchange. In D&D history, clerics have been kind of a insane superclass for some reason. They get armor, they get weapons, they get shields, and they get magic all at the same time, and decent HP. Because it's really hard to get people to play healers. It's just really hard to get people to play support classes often. That's just a game design issue. So supports tend to be super, 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 super good.
Cries as a
In
healer
this
main.
game, dude, clerics are insane here. They did split clerics a little because they're like, we can't give cleric everything, man. It's too. You ever play Pathfinder 1 or D&D 3.5? Holy fuck. Clerics are actually better at fighting than fighters. It's wild how strong they are.
That's
But
wacky.
because they just cast buffs on themselves to make them better than fighters while still being clerics, still being wizards. There's the cloistered cleric, which is a dedicated wizard. You lose the armor, you lose the shields, and you lose being good at weapons. You can still use like bad weapons, but you lose all of that. to be as good at using spells as a wizard would be. Or you play the War Priest. War Priest is the Giga Chad who gets the armor and the weapons and the shields. The downside is your spells scale a little slower. You get better at it slower. But since this is level 1, that doesn't matter. I would recommend playing War Priest at level 1. They are just kind of better. They will end up different at late levels, but we're not going to late levels for this, so it doesn't matter. But I'll leave it up to you.
I feel like based on what I like to do, which is I like spell casting a lot more than tanking. I feel like if anything, I'm gonna go cloistered cleric.
That's fine. So there are a few things for cleric. You mostly have to decide a god. There's a lot of gods. There's like settings. This is important for... Don't worry about it. We'll just pick a Pathfinder god. I don't want to do fancy stuff. We just pick a Pathfinder god. These determine a lot of things, and most importantly, it determines your domains. Clerics gets what's called a focus spell. Focus spells are spells you get back out of combat and can then use every combat. So for example, if you follow Sarenrae, god of the sun, fire, and forgiveness, you will gain the focus spell... where's the fire domain? Like, you could take the fire domain, which gives you Fire Ray, where you shoot a bolt of fire at someone every fight. And that just gives you a spammable spell in combat. Yeah, if someone made a video about... I know, right? If only some handsome devil made a video about making cloistered clerics. Shame that'll never happen. But that's something we consider in a little bit. But yeah, so cleric, all right, that sounds good. With that in mind, Lore, are you done looking at things?
Yeah, and I sort of wanted to listen to everybody. We seem a little squishy, so I might lean more monk.
Yeah, I am noticing you have 3 ranged characters, essentially. Oh yeah, Archives of Nethys. Technically, yes. All rules in this game are free. They're all online. There's a website called the Archives of Nethys that tells you every... It has everything. It's a volunteer, completely fan-made database that has every single everything. Which is kind of wild, but... But yeah, Monk works. Monks work. They're very tanky, strong frontliners. Excellent martial arts. If you're not familiar, a monk in these games is not a Catholic monk. Those would be clerics. You do not, teach the word of the Lord. Instead, these are essentially martial artists. There is weird history as to why they're called monks, but they're themed after Shaolin monks, like elite martial artist warriors. All right, so a monk. And before we get into details, Fable, how about yourself? Any thoughts?
I mean, again, I have the reason I have so many character options is because I want to pick something that like fills everything out. I've played Pathfinder before. I'm probably the safest person here. What would you recommend if you were going to pick something that you think would be fun for me?
Probably something that can be in the front line alongside the monk. Because 4 backliners and 1 frontliner, a monk can only survive so much.
I can only take so many hits.
Exactly. You might be tough, but you can only be so tough. And I will note at level 1, level 1 is pretty lethal. You can go down in combat quite easily. Damage scales slower than health as you level up. Combat takes a little longer as time goes on. Low levels, people can get pasted pretty fast.
Because my mermaid concept, I was gonna give them the swashbuckler class.
Swashbuckler's very cool.
Yeah,
It
because I can do that
Swashbuckler
if that
is
helps
a
with that.
yeah, it's like a mix between rogue and fighter, thieves and fighter classes. It is not as insanely built different as a fighter is, but it has a lot more skills and is built around being flashy and over the top in combat. Being as extra and silly as possible to generate panache. And when you have panache, your swashbuckler becomes more powerful and can consume your panache stance, essentially, your buff state, to do a finisher attack, which does a bunch of extra damage.
I mean, if that sounds like if that's a good frontliner, I can.
It's a very good
make
frontliner.
Make mermaid.
Mermaid swashbuckler on land.
Yeah, they
on
made a deal
ice.
with
There's
some
a
with
theater
a.
near you.
They made a deal with a creature to give them legs, so that's why
Merfolk
they're on
have
land.
5-foot move speed. Is there a heritage to fix that? We'll see. Heh. Not really. We can play
Oh,
one of the
no.
variants though, unless you really want to fight. I don't think that's gonna end
I'm
well.
open to whatever you suggest
Okay.
would be the best way to play this.
I would recommend. Yeah, the Azarketi. Azarketi are essentially aquatic humans. Think Namor. They're like Namor.
I'm
From
a man
Marvel.
fans myself.
Oh my
Mhm.
god, not again.
Disgusting.
Yes.
Oh my god. Imagine liking Namor. Could never.
Holds Namor. None of you can have him. He's mine.
God of the sea, more like the god of me.
Say it again.
All right.
please.
All right. Well, since you're more experienced, Fable, how about we make a character?
I'm down. Let's do it.
All right. So, who are they? What's their background? What kind of person is this? Where are they from? Where do they come from? Where do they go? Where do they come from?
Well, they came from the ocean.
Ah, yes. King of the sea. Mm-hmm.
And
Declare
now,
war on the land. I got it.
and
Deep sea diver. Hey, that kind of works. There we go. Deep sea diver. That's a good background for that.
one of the ones that I was looking at, for a while,
Mhm.
because I was just scrolling through looking at some of them. There's one that's called Song of the Deep, and I was like, that's
Song of the
literally
Deep.
the opposite.
That sounds very. I think that's a mermaid who has charmed someone.
Yeah. No, it's basically the opposite of what I'm trying to make.
Okay,
'cause
but that
it's
reminds
a
me of this
human.
webtoon about a girl who gets cursed by a mermaid. It's super fire. I'm just gonna say, there's a lot of hot mermaids in it. Anyway, moving on.
Siren's Lament or a different one?
Yeah, Siren's Lament. Mm-hmm.
I see you.
Super good.
Hot mermaids, let's go.
It's so good.
Because I think where they are at is that they were mermaids, and then they made a deal with something or someone to give them
Mhm.
legs so that they could come on land. I don't know
Yeah,
if
Ursula
that's to
stole their voice. Gotcha. Well, maybe not their voice, but
sure. Yeah,
Ursula
but,
stole their sense of fashion. Stole
Oh,
their
no.
fashion sense.
Oh no!
It really is Namor.
Clutches my pearls. Oh damn! That man knows how much skin to show off.
All of it.
Yeah.
Most of ours are gonna be in just bikinis for the entire campaign. I guess Fable's really going for it.
It's what I said. I
You
said
did
this in
say-
the starting.
You did say this is a beach episode. I've just played the theme of the campaign.
Some people's kids. All right. Well, that's pretty solid.
I don't know.
We don't have
They
to
might be
do
here to,
anything past this, so it's pretty easy.
Yeah. They might be here to either help because the city was attacked, or maybe
Sure.
they're just here to explore. I'm open to
Yeah.
open to suggestions.
That can be
based
figured
on
out
your
either
lore and
way.
junk.
Oh,
Mhm.
hey Raiders, hey Reen, how you doing? Hope y'all had
Hi,
fun.
Raiders.
We're teaching. This is kind of a slow one today. We're teaching some VTubers how to play Pathfinder 2nd Edition, the tabletop RPG, a lot like Dungeons and Dragons. But I hope y'all are doing well. Hi, Raiders. I'm Lord Generic, your Terracotta Warrior. And yeah, we're yapping about building characters. Hope y'all doing good. All right. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, and thanks for dropping by, Reen. What? Speaking of which, I should stretch. Ugh. Okay. So, we know you're playing Discount Namor, Fable.
Sure, yes.
Yeah.
Sticks my leggy out.
Not Walmart. Namor.
Can't believe this. All right. So what matters for your swashbuckler is we pick their style. What makes them flashy? What makes them sing? We have a few options. Great value, Namor. So this is going to determine what skill your swashbuckler is really good at and what skill they use to gain bravado, to buff. The classic is a fencer. You know, this is your Errol Flynn, your Mask of Zorro swashbuckler. You're trained in deception, and if you feint and, you know, you like trick the enemy or create distractions, that gives you bravado. You're tricky is the idea behind a fencer. And it's really good with rapiers because a fencer, right? Beyond that, we have a few other options. You have the gymnast, which is your buff wrestler swashbuckler. This gives you buffs whenever you use athletics skill to grapple, trip, shove, or reposition. You can move enemies. And as you throw people around or get on them, that's how you enter your buff state and can do big super attacks. Though this is more of a control build swashbuckler. I don't know. We have rascals who are naughty little fellas. They are trained in thievery and gain dirty trick, which is an action where you apply a debuff to your enemies called clumsy because you like pull their pants down or tie their shoes or throw sand in their eyes. You're a rascal. You cause problems.
Oh no, that doesn't sound like Fable at all.
Me?
No, never.
Actually, I was looking at either braggart or wit out of
braggart.
this list.
So braggart is really good at intimidating people and boasting and demoralizing and debuffing by yelling at people. Whereas wit uses a skill called bumma, where you say clever one-liners and you insult people and confuse them, and it debuffs their will saves and their perception. So this is a buff for your casters. This is wizard support, essentially. Wit also is a build that's very good at buffing teammates. They have a skill called All for One. The One for All, or is it All for One? I'm sorry, My Hero Academia has broken me. I can no longer remember which one is which. One for All. They have One for All, where you spend an action to be able to aid an ally on anything they do. You can aid an ally when they do anything on their turn to give them a buff, and that will give you bravado. So you enter a power-up state by just helping your team by complimenting them and encouraging them, essentially.
Bet.
All right, we can go with Wit.
I love that.
Wit's very good. So for there, we will need to lock in the class feat One for All at level 1, so that you have that. Because, I mean, of course. Beyond that, there's a few other things. We can pick your abilities. So, as Zarketi, oh hey, that's not even bad. So they naturally get a bonus to Constitution and Charisma, but a low Wisdom stat. So, yeah. As a swashbuckler, you are a max Dexterity character. They're not strength characters, they're dex characters. This is kind of locked in for them. So I would recommend increasing your dexterity from your ancestry stats. Second, for your background, you can boost strength or wisdom. So for every background, there's a choice of 2 stats based on, the thematics, and then a free stat. So we're going to make that free stat dexterity, because you want maximum dexterity. That's your big thing. Boosting strength isn't bad. I mean, it's not bad. Second to last, your class always gives you a stat buff. In this case, it's dexterity, because you're a swashbuckler. And then you get increased force stats. I would recommend Dex and Charisma, because you're a wit swashbuckler. Charisma is what all of your stuff is based off of. And Dex is what you need to fight and not die. Beyond that, I personally would recommend Strength and Constitution. Get a little more damage on hit and be a little tankier. It's like 1 HP, but hey.
Dumps
really
my
low.
int and wisdom into the trash. I don't need
you think Namor has a high wisdom stat? Look at this man. He's never made a good decision in his life.
This man's best friend is an octopus. He doesn't need a high intelligence.
Absolutely not. He just needs to look good while he does it. All right, let's pick a heritage. We'll do skills last. Let's pick a heritage. There's a few options. We could dip into being weird. He could maybe your Namor is a Dampier. Okay, maybe not. That'd be that might be rough of a cleric. You could have dark vision as an ancient scale as our techie, or from the deep under the sea. Oh, and this would also give you phosphorescent spots on your body so you can glow.
Oh my gosh.
And pulse with lights.
I was literally just saying on my stream that bioluminescence is the hottest character design.
All right, so I guess you'll have dark vision and bioluminescence, huh?
Bet.
Easy choice. You get to pick 1 ancestry feat as an Azarketti. I have no idea what these guys do. You get it. No, that seems useless. Okay. You can boost your knowledge, but that's kind of whatever. You can get extra skill trainings, athletics, and nature, and then Azarketti lore. That's not bad. Extra skills never hurts. There's weapon familiarity. You don't need that for this class. Cynical. You could be cynical. This makes it harder to lie against you. It's minor, but it's there. You can get hydraulic deflection, allowing you to just pull water out of the air to make a buckler at will. That's okay. Though you're a swashbuckler, you could just, have a buckler to swash. So I'm kind of like,
We need water.
Yeah, but it could be water, though.
It says I can pull water out of the air.
Yeah. Obviously, use that to make pies.
And our pie
Water
At our
pie.
pie shop. Yeah, water
It's
pie.
my
Yum.
specialty. Leave me alone.
No one orders it, but we let them make them to feel good.
Yeah.
All
The most
right.
hydrating pie we make.
Uh-huh. When the place burns down, you'll all see. The water pies.
Unswashes your buckler. Me.
You can be better at survival to survive underwater. That's not really useful for this. Unfortunately, as an aquatic ancestry, a lot of these options are for, living underwater, right?
Mm-hmm.
Under the sea. You take no fall damage falling underwater. Honestly, this is a very specialist. This is a specialist race to play as. Yeah. I would go with the water
Guess you're making
buckler
water
or just
pie.
extra skills. That's up to you.
I Guess we'll go with more skills because for a one shot, I'd just rather
Yeah.
have like a lot of.
You never know what comes in handy. At the end of the day, it's
Yeah.
what you decide that you want, and then it'll be. Holy shit, you're trained in so many things. So one has to be nature. Oh, we'll just. So you get 5 more skills. Yeah, wow. You get 5 more skills in addition to this. Swashbucklers get a lot of skills. It's their thing. They need to buckle their swash in so many ways. Mm-hmm.
Incredible.
So, no, you could be trained in medicine so you can help do first aid and heal people. It never hurts to have more people that can do medicine. Well, thanks for dropping by, Kojal. But we don't have to. You're kind of stupid, and it's wisdom-based. It's not bad to have, but like, you know. I'll note. You have a good charisma, so pumping intimidation and deception is not a bad idea.
I was
Just be
looking
good at
that.
all the talking skills, and they're all useful in combat.
Would performance be a good one to take as well then?
I mean, if you make it good, then it is. At the end of the day, if you use it for something, performance is not useful in combat. Intimidation is great. Deception is decent. Diplomacy is good for wit, swashbuckler. Performance, it's good out of combat. if you make
I'll
it,
put it in-
if you make it valuable.
I guess I'll put it in stealth then because
Stealth.
stealth is like.
All right, one more. Hey, look,
A
it narrows
dex
it down
thing.
for you. How nice.
Um.
Honestly, you might want to. Well, there's a gunslinger who also be dex based, but you could be the party thief if you up thievery. You could be the lock picker and sneaky stealer of the team, or you could pump anything else.
I'll put it in. Why not? I'll put it in thievery.
Okay,
Somebody has to do it. Might as well be me.
there you go. So yeah, so your main mechanics for this character are panache. You can build panache by doing fancy tricks, your diplomacy skills, even just attempting. Even if you fail at making a witty one-liner, it still gives you panache. It makes you fancy. Oh, thanks for dropping by, Zach. You're supposed to be asleep like an hour ago. And you have confident finisher. If you have panache, so first off, it gives you the precise strike ability. You then do an additional 2 damage on hit, but you can spend 1 action to make a finisher attack, and the finisher attack will do 2d6 extra damage. It will hit much, much harder. Probably double your damage on average.
Mm-hmm.
And it does a little bit if you miss. It's nice. With that for gear, I'm just going to give you all some of the basic stuff. An adventurer's pack, that's just like... It's like a bedroll and some food and a rope and some soap and some torches. It's basic stuff to have. For armor, I would recommend you buy leather armor because you're really high dex. You buy leather armor. That puts you at what's called the armor class cap. This makes your armor class as good as it can be for your class. Because all light and medium armor has what's called an item bonus to your defense and a dex maximum. Your dexterity stat increases your armor class, so you're harder to hit. The faster you are, the harder you are to hit. But heavy armor, you can't move that fast. So leather armor has an armor bonus of 1 and a dex bonus of 4. This is as good as it gets for you. Because 5 is the maximum for all your characters. Unless someone has heavy armor, which they don't. So, if you're fine with that, I'll just buy some leather.
Yeah, that sounds...
All right. So next, what weapon do you use? I will note, as a swashbuckler, you are required to use finesse weapons. And I recommend it be a martial weapon because those are just better. We have a lot of options. How do you imagine your character fighting? What do they pull out when the pies start flying?
I have no idea. I didn't think we'd get this far this fast.
Yeah, level 1 characters
like-
don't take that long to build. That's a nice bit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hmm.
That's a nice bit.
I mean, if we want to go with
Mhm.
if we want to go with the Namor bit, it'd have to be a trident, but the traditional swashbuckler sword
Yeah.
is also kind of hot.
Yeah, nothing wrong with a good old rapier.
Yeah, or like the
I will note
gosh,
there are
I always forget
also
what they're called, the
two-handed
curved pirate
spears.
swords.
Oh, a cutlass.
Mm-hmm.
You could also use a dancer's spear. A really good weapon for swashbucklers. It does piercing or bludgeoning damage, so it's really good for fighting like skeletons and oozes as well. It has reach, so it extends your range. And it has both sweep and backswing, giving you bonuses to hit on second targets. These aren't as useful for swashbucklers, but it's a lot of cool skills. And you can pole dance on it.
I was just thinking that.
Yeah, dancer's spear.
Oh.
But there's nothing wrong with a good old rapier. Rapiers are very good. They have what's called the deadly trait. The deadly trait says when you land a critical hit, you roll, in this case, deadly D8. You roll an extra 8-sided dice after doubling your crit damage. You just get extra damage on top, as a treat. Just really blow them up.
I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm picking up what you're putting down. I also saw that there is gosh, where was it?
There's
The
a lot of
gill
weapons
hook?
here.
There's a lot of weapons.
Where's
Gill hook
G?
feels thematic to the character.
I
I don't know if it's
I don't think
too
it
specialized.
has finesse, I'm assuming.
Really?
Behold,
Because it says on mine.
alphabetical.
I've been following along as best as I can, and it's right. Yeah.
Oh, it's an Azarketi weapon.
Yeah.
Oh, it has no finesse. It's a pure strength weapon.
Oh, okay.
So unfortunately, while it would be great,
Darn.
it doesn't work for swashbucklers. This would be more of a fighter weapon.
Darn. That's okay. I was just, I was like, I
No,
saw the word
great
gill, and I
call,
was
though.
like,
Great
hold on.
call.
Yeah, let's just do a rapier. I don't think I've ever had a character that used a rapier anyways, so
Really? Wow, but you
Yeah.
were playing 5e. That's the only weapon that exists in that damn game.
I've gone
It's
out
the
of my way to
only
not give
weapon
any of
that
my
exists, I
characters a rapier.
swear. All right. So yeah, for example, if you land a precise strike finisher with this thing, it would do 12 damage, 3d6 plus 2. But if you land a critical, 29. Which is, I'm gonna be real, you don't need that much damage. However,
What do you mean I don't need it? I just
need
want
is
it.
a strong word. Exactly. Need is a strong word, isn't it? All right. With that said, I'm just going to add a dagger to your inventory. I do this for every character I ever make because sometimes you want a knife. That's it.
True.
Just everyone could use a knife. You never
Sometimes
know.
You just gotta stab somebody,
Yeah, sometimes. Sometimes someone's moving up on you in the bar and you're like, back off, ho. You pull out a knife.
Exactly. And you pull it out of your corset and you're fine.
Exactly.
Back
You're
off.
classy. There's actually a weapon called a
Exactly.
corset knife in this game, in fact.
I want it.
Hold on, where was it? Or was it a coat knife? No, there's a coat pistol. No, there is a corset knife. You have a corset knife and a coat pistol.
I love it.
Anyways, all right, one last thing. Rapiers are a one-handed weapon, Fable. Sorry, I put a piece of chicken in my mouth, so I'm talking a little funny.
It's okay. You're allowed to have
Mhm.
your chicken speech.
Mm-hmm. My chicken speech is a powerful trait of mine, it's true. But you have one hand open as a swashbuckler because you're using a rapier. You could put a short sword in the other hand or a main gauche. like something a dagger you can parry with, or you could just carry a shield. Just because you don't have shield block, which is a reaction, you could still carry a normal shield if you wanted.
Jenny
Mm-hmm.
puts my hand
But
on
that
your
wouldn't
shoulder.
be sexy.
Jenny, shields?
Not sexy.
Me?
You're
No,
right.
no. I don't fight with shields. I just do enough damage that I don't have to
Right,
worry about ever getting hit.
My bad. Ready for 100% no hit run from Fable? Understood. No shields needed. I will note, just for everyone, anyone in the game can use shields. The way shields work in this game is you have to spend one of your 3 actions to raise your shield and actively defend yourself to get a defense buff. But it's a really good defense buff. +2 armor means you will almost certainly not eat a critical hit, because as you may have noticed when I rolled damage for Fable, the difference between a normal hit did like 12 and a crit did like 29 points. For reference, Fable has 20 hit points. A single crit from Fable against himself would be an insta-kill. So that shield might save your life. But if you don't want one, would you like a second sword in your other hand? Now, the
Sure,
only
why not?
real advantage is if you make a swing, so every time you make an attack, your next attack becomes less accurate. This is to encourage you do other things besides spam attacks. And it's not particularly useful for swashbucklers. They're designed to spam skills into a single attack. But you can carry a short sword on you. Short swords will have a smaller penalty on their second swing. So you can stab them with the rapier, and if you do want to make a second swing, you use the short sword in your other hand. But, it's not a big deal. All right, there you go. I'm gonna hit save, because there you go. Blam. Done. Your character's done. That's all there is to do.
Yay.
All right. With that said, I hope the rest of y'all aren't going insane from boredom.
Not at all.
All right. So yeah, there you go. That's
over
a
here
character.
making up names. I'm good.
All right, what's your name, Lore? It's your turn.
No, for Fable.
Oh yeah. Yeah, y'all don't need to come up with names now. We'll do that. So I'm planning on running this one shot next week, and we'll just see how it goes and play it by ear.
Okay.
But
How
right.
do you have a 17 for my AC, but I have an 18 and I was following along?
great question. 18. What's your level at?
1? I have Ezarketi,
Wait,
Deep
this
Sea
is
Diver,
low.
Swashbuckler.
Wait, you have nothing on. You're naked. Namor. Oh, I put your armor into your inventory.
That explains it. I was like looking at the numbers.
In
I was like, wait,
character,
did I do
honestly.
something wrong?
There we go. You are no longer naked. Namor has put on a small amount of sexy leather. The
I just
bondage
have to
gear
have
does
bracers.
protect you.
Everything's fine.
Your armored gimp suit makes you powerful. All right, moving on. No more questions.
Okay. All right.
I know for a fact that is not what I just sat back down to hearing.
Don't worry about it. You're right.
Probably
It's
fine.
not what you heard. Anyways,
No, definitely not.
Lore, how about you? Any ideas for your monk? Beyond...
I
Yeah.
feel like I'm going to take the longest because I literally have nothing other than monk. So
That's fine.
maybe come back to me.
That's fine.
I want to base this bitch off of aesthetics mostly, so it's gonna take a minute.
You gotta be good looking. That's fair. That's fair.
Mhm.
Move myself a little. There we go. All right. Okay. Alexa, are you comfortable making a character?
Huh? Oh, hang on, my cat's screaming at me.
We can move on and just rally back.
Oh no, like I'm good. She was just screaming at me.
I mean, this is very important. If the cat's screaming, it matters. Clearly.
But yeah, I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
All right, let's make ourselves a gunslinger. So, we know that you want to use a gun sword. Some combination weapon. And any other ideas, any thoughts on what you want to look like, what you want to be, anything beyond that?
Okay, this might be the Devil May Cry fashion sense creeping in. I was kind of like I had a concept in my head as we were thinking of this, and it was kind of like a long green coat. Maybe not even green, but like navy blue. I don't know.
That's fine. Okay.
It's like probably I might just end up going with my color scheme or some shit. But probably like a long green coat with like a shoulder pad.
Okay.
I
I think there is an armored duster in this game. I don't know why, but it is. Oh, the armored cloak. Right, but it's bad for some reason. Well, we'll just say it's an armored cloak. Leather. Good enough. I mean, it's a leather. It's a leather dusters are a thing. Leather dusters are a thing. Exactly. That's all we need.
Totally.
And as a gunslinger, you will be a dex-based character. So, leather's the right armor to pick. But for your class, you could be a bounty hunter.
Yeah, you
as your past
have, like,
life.
that maneuverability.
Yeah.
What are the options besides
Many.
bounty hunter?
Many. There's a shitload, quite frankly. The idea is like, what did you do in your past? And then we'll find something equivalent, like close enough. Could be a hunter, a hounded thief, a laborer.
Well, okay, so there's hunter, possibly bounty hunter. Is mercenary an option?
You would think, wouldn't you? I think the closest would be soldier, which should be somewhere,
either
or just
hunter
warrior.
Or bounty hunter. Like either of those two are fine.
Okay, so what's the difference here? Hunters give you survival and tanning, whereas bounty hunters give you... I don't know, where is B? Second letter of the alphabet. It could be anywhere. That's crazy. These give you legal lore versus tanning lore. So you know a lot about laws versus knowing about how to tan the hide of an animal. Which one sounds good?
Honestly, since we're like in a gang, I feel like me knowing the law
that'd be
would
more useful,
more beneficial and helpful.
Okay.
It's like that way if like the party has an encounter, it's like, are what they doing legal? I was like, no.
Yeah,
maybe.
Right.
Definitely not.
Yeah, it wasn't illegal. It was perfectly legal. That as I break my tracking.
Yeah,
All
just as legal as me shooting that guy in the foot and saying not sorry.
He's fine. He just gets really tired when he fights you.
Exactly.
Do you want to be a human or do you want to be anything else? Pretty much anything's on the table here. They have all your classics: dwarves, elves, goblins, halflings, orcs, plant people. You want to be an elf?
Yeah.
That's an easy pick. So elves are very, very fast. They are also made out of paper and die if anything hits you. You have a minus to your constitution stat in exchange for being extra smart and extra fast.
What's the quote? Glass bones, paper skin.
Glass bones and paper skin, baby.
So I'm a literal glass cannon.
That's correct. So, for your ancestry, you can increase one stat. If you want to fight in close combat, boosting your strength does make sense as an option, so you can actually do real damage when you switch to melee. You will be pumping dex no matter what, and as a bounty hunter, you have to pump dex, strength, or wisdom. Strength lets you carry more and hit harder in close combat. Wisdom gives you a better initiative roll. It allows you to move first in combat slightly more often. and it improves one of your saving throws. It improves your defense against things that attack your mind. So yeah, it's up to you.
My mind is anything but a steel trap, so I'm going with
Okay,
wisdom.
we're gonna have a lot of stupid people today. I love that for you.
Ooh.
For your stats, you get up 4 stats at the end. Dex and Constitution are a requirement. I'm not going to let you make a character of a -1 con. It's just because you gain hit points equal to your Constitution bonus every level. So a
And if that's
-1
negative,
con,
that
you
would
gain
just-
-1 hit points every level.
Oh yeah, that would just continuously fuck with me the more
Yes,
I level up.
yes, you will fall behind faster and faster as you level up. You could pump strength to +3. That would make you hit pretty damn hard in melee if you do close to melee combat for any reason. And at this point, I guess you could pump intelligence, be kind of smart, just foolish. No common sense, but book smart. You're book smart.
I mean, I'm cool. I mean, I'd say I'm more street smart than book smart, but
Then we could pump wisdom a little. Be like
Then-
okay at it.
like we can even it out, can't we?
Yeah, they would be evened out then. They're both
Yeah.
at a solid +1.
Yeah, let's go with that then.
All right. So the main thing to do next is pick your way. So gunslingers pick their subclass at level 1. It is your gunslinger's way. For you, if you want to use mixed weapons, there's a few we could pick. Pistolero and sniper, I would not recommend. These are more for like rifles and pistols. Trigger brand is your classic. It's your classic. This would be a great pick if you were in a full campaign. We are doing a one-shot. You don't need trigger brand because it takes off at level 6. It's the whole point of trigger brand is you get the ability to stab someone and then shoot them point blank for a single action for 2 attacks. At level 6,
who's to
other
say
gunslingers
that
get
I
that at
couldn't
level 8.
Already do that.
Yeah, so you don't need that. So for there, I'd pick Vanguard or Drifter. Vanguard is the close combat gunslinger. They're good at shoving enemies while they reload. For reference, every gun needs to be manually reloaded between shots. It takes an action to reload. Gunslingers' thing is they have special ways to reload their weapons. So like they can get an extra benefit while they reload. And Wave the Drifter, this is the one I'd recommend. This is the gun and sword style. So I think that makes more sense. Notably, its special ability is to make a melee attack, and if you hit them in close combat, you can reload your gun as part of hitting them.
I like that one.
Yeah. And while it says you can use like a sword and a hatchet, no one says you can't wield 2 gun swords and just reload the other gun sword as you stab them.
Who's to say that I can't just have like one custom gun and like a short sword? Like
You
who's to say I
could
can't have
do
that?
a pistol and a short sword too. That is exactly what this class is built for. Hold on, let me buy you an adventurer's pack because everyone wants
Like-
one.
It would
Oop.
literally be like Rising Zen, but in D&D form.
Exactly.
Like
So
just
yeah, let's go
katana
with
in one
that.
hand and a pistol in the other.
Well, since we're here, we can talk. So for swords, it makes sense to use like, you want something finesse. So you are a dexterity character. You want a weapon that benefits being fast instead of strong. Like while katanas are sick, they are strength based. However, you could use a wakizashi. So it does a little less damage, but it has really big critical hits. It will use your dex stat to hit in melee because it's a finesse weapon. And it is agile, so it's good as your second attack. So if you shoot someone and then attempt to stab someone, or I guess in this case slash someone, you would have a more accurate swing.
What was that one again?
The wakizashi. It's a
That sounds cool.
wakizashi. Okay, so Japanese history lesson. Katanas come as a set. They come as a pair of swords. The katana is the two-handed longsword. The wakizashi is the small sword that you carry under it.
Oh, that's what that's called.
So there you go.
Yeah, I'll go with that one.
that's the look you want, then it makes sense to buy one of these bad boys.
Yeah. Also, I'll be right back for like a split second. My mom wants me for something.
Okay. All right, so let's talk firearms. There's only a few. The firearms are interesting, right? Well, let me find them. There we go. Firearm, firearm. Thanks for the hydrate, Fable.
Someone's got to drown you, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of options. Can they afford a dueling pistol? 12 gold. God, it's expensive. Oh, if they sell the adventurer's kit, if they have nothing. So, the rest of y'all have ropes and torches and stuff. They won't even have a water skin. They can't even carry water. They spend all... Hold up. What the fuck? Did y'all hear that?
Yes.
What
God
the
damn.
heck was that?
The snowstorm that just kicked in? What?
Oh my god.
All right, we are
What?
getting rid of the adventurer pack. Wizards of the Coast. Oh fuck, it's a hit.
What was that?
I have no idea.
No.
I had a
My
heart
bad, guys.
attack.
I was trying to inhale the internet. Sorry.
Oh shit. Why have you? I can't believe you've done this. All right. Well, all right. Elf, heritage. Yeah, those are decent options. Ancestry, feat. We got some decent options.
Testing,
Okay.
testing.
Well.
Welcome
Yeah.
back.
Blame Buggle for that.
Oh,
yeah.
Buckle.
She fucked up the microphone. This is why I don't like her getting under my desk.
Good job, wire
I'm so
tester.
sorry if that was. I'm so sorry if that was really loud.
You
It
checked
was
those
so
wires like a champ. Nom 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 nom.
I'm very thankful
I
that I
swear
had
that does
everything
not
turned out.
happen often. She like nudged it very carefully.
All right. It's fine. It
Yeah,
just came up and I was like, what
what are we
the
on?
fuck?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was going to say, you could afford a dueling pistol, which is probably the best pistol for you. However, you don't start with a lot of money. You would have to throw away everything that's not a weapon or armor. You can't even carry a water bottle. You have to steal someone else's water.
I mean, couldn't I just use
It's not like
different
it's-
water on the
yeah.
land or something?
It's not like it's hard to get this
Just
stuff
ask
later.
Namor for water.
Yeah, Namor's got water. Namor's got it all. But would
I
Namor
heard you were
help
thirsty.
someone? I think Namor said, I heard you were
That's why we
thirsty,
have
and then
water
put one
pies.
leg across the desk, and you're like, yeah, can I get some water? And Namor's like,
He's a water
What?
pie.
Just some water.
It's for my panache. Flips my hair.
yes, it's slow-mos, and water splatters across their face, and they're like, not like that. All right. In that case, yeah, I would recommend picking a dueling pistol. There's a few other options. You could use a dragon mouth pistol if you want to use a hand shotgun. You could.
That
It's not
sounds
great.
way too overkill.
It kind of is. Basically, you lose massive damage on critical hits and instead do a small amount of AoE damage every time you shoot, which will hit your friends. So yeah, I would recommend buying this dueling pistol and calling it a day. Not afford this. Oh, right, and increase your gold. All right.
Yeah.
But with that said, we have a couple other things, and then you are done. Firearms. Dueling pistols. Yes, of course. Somewhere. There it is. Okay. So, as an elf, we have to pick your heritage. What kind of elf are you? What culture did you come from? There's Ancient Elf, which allows you to pick a multi-class dedication. That's a little complex. I think that's out of scope for this one shot, so I'm going to say not that. Arctic Elves, which are resistant to cold. Likewise, you have desert elves that are resistant to heat and take less fire damage. You have cavern elves, which are definitely not drow. They are not dark elves. They have dark vision. Moving on. They are legally distinct. We have the seer elf, which gets to cast detect magic as an arcane cantrip. I mean, not useless, but not makes you better at detecting magic. I don't know if that's really useful for your character. You have the Whisper Elf, which is really good at finding hidden things or like invisible enemies. You're much better at seeking out hidden or undetected creatures. Things where you're like, I don't know where they are. I need to find them. And you make a seek check with your perception. So Whisper Elves are especially good at it.
So the physical embodiment of thought you was slick, didn't you?
Yeah. I don't know what that is, but yeah.
Basically, oh, you thought you could hide from me? Yeah, you're not slick.
That would make sense for a bounty hunter. Yeah, let's lock this one in. That sounds good.
And Woodland Elf is just like wood-based elf, right?
Yeah, you can climb trees really good. And you can take cover in forests really good.
Well, we're in a city, so that would be useless.
Yes, that's correct. So yeah, I would recommend Whisper Elf or one of the others if it appeals to you.
Yeah, Whisper Elf's good.
Okay. You get 1 ancestry feat. These represent you as an elf. A lot of these are not particularly useful. Ancestral longevity allows you to be trained in one skill of choice, and you can change that in the morning because you're so very old. Demonbane Warrior makes you better at fighting demons, but only by like a tiny bit. It's nice, but I'm going to be honest, you are not fighting a swarm of demons at level 1. This is not a demon gang.
Will we be fighting demons at all?
No. No. Not for a one-shot.
Then it wouldn't be very ideal.
Exactly.
As
Elven
funny
lore
as that
gives
would
you a couple extra skills. You become trained in Arcana and Nature. You know about magic and natural things. Elf weapon familiarity, useless for you. You can be forlorn and sad. You get a bonus to saving throws against emotion effects. You're just so sad and old that you don't take emotional damage anymore. You just depress Dante. You're immune to sadness.
Emotional damage.
Exactly. Nimble Elf is a classic. You move faster. The end. Elves already move faster than other characters. This makes you move even more faster than other characters. I think you would move 35 feet instead of 25, so 7 tiles of move speed instead of 5.
Literally the catch me if you can.
Yes, you're very, very fast. There's a lot of elf. You can get an arcane cantrip. That's not bad for a glass cannon. Being able to run away quickly is not a bad move. You can never go wrong with extra move speed.
Like, imagine you're like up against a big enemy, and like I could get smushed in like 1 hit. Like 1 hit, I'm done for. I could go in, like, strike once, and like let's say I land a crit, I could get out of there immediately,
and then you can stride back exactly and move really far away. And last, we hit your feat. This is your class feat. Gunslinger's level 1s are kind of meh. Blast Lock is really funny and often misunderstood. This allows you to pick locks with your gun. And I don't mean shooting the lock. You don't destroy the lock. I mean, you pick the lock by shooting into it from a distance with your gun, and it just opens up.
I love that.
It's so stupid. But
it's so stupid, but
again,
so
some
right
people
at the
complain
same
because
time.
like, wow, Pathfinder's terrible. You need a feat to shoot a lock. No, you need a feat to use your gun as a lockpick. So yeah, we could take that. If you others, you can have cover fire. I think this one kind of sucks. I'm just gonna move on. dual weapon reload, which allows you to reload weapons while both hands are full. This can be good for you because if you can't melee someone, you can't reload your gun because your hands are full. Technically, you need to land that melee strike to reload. So this might be the one you want, as funny as Blast Lock is. Hit the dirt is a reaction. When someone shoots at you, you can jump through the air and fall prone somewhere else and get a bonus to your defense. Munitions Crafter allows you to make alchemical ammo that you can make fire and lightning and acid bullets that you can then load and shoot into your gun to do splash damage and a small amount of dot damage over time effects. And Sword and Pistol. This is actually the one you probably want. It's kind of made for you. When you hit someone with a ranged attack, they are now off guard, so they take a defense penalty against your next melee attack. And when you hit someone with a melee attack, they can't make any reactions when you use a ranged attack. Some enemies are trained warriors and can make attacks of opportunity, also known as reactive strikes, when you try to move away from them or make ranged attacks. Sword and Pistol stops them from doing that.
Yeah, I think I'm good with that one. As funny as Blast Lock is,
It's so stupid.
I don't see
I
a
love
scenario in which we would possibly need that.
I'll be
Plus,
honest.
Somebody else on the party could possibly have a better time of
For me,
picking
yeah.
a lock.
For me, the biggest problem with it, it's amazing to pick a lock with your gun. Because in theory, you can look through a window and pick a lock for your thief in the building, right? So they can get in. You don't have to, as long as you have a straight line of action, you can shoot through a window. The problem is, if you're picking a lock, you probably want to be stealthy. Maybe shooting a gun 4 times is not stealthy. You know, All right, there you go. Characters, oh no wait, we have skills. So you have a few skills. You have acrobatics already. You're pretty strong. Athletics isn't a bad idea. This lets you jump and swim, and it lets you grab people. So for grapple, you can hold them so they can't move, or trip them with your hands. And the problem is your hands are full, so you can't really do that. But jumping, swimming, climbing, those are all still very useful out of a fight. Beyond that, you could increase your stealth because you're very dexterous. Stealth and thievery you'd be good at. Or we can increase your knowledge of things or your ability to talk to people. Those are the main aspects to go for.
How useful would the talking one be
Well,
in this
your
campaign
only other
specifically?
talker at the moment is Namor. Is Fable's Namor. So having a backup person who can talk to people might be useful, or if Namor isn't there.
Thumbs up emoji. Namor is always here.
I'm always exactly where you need.
Let's be real. I'd be a wise ass talker.
Yeah?
So it'd be
All
like,
right. In that case, I think intimidation makes sense to intimidate people.
honestly, yeah.
Yeah,
People already think I'm intimidating.
There
Why not
you
go the
go.
full 9 yards.
there you go. We could pump diplomacy as well, so you can talk to people in a way that isn't aggressive. Or we could pump deception to just lie to them.
No, I'd feel that.
Lying is fun.
Let's go with the other one.
All right, let's wait. Be nice to people or lie to people?
Be nice to people.
All right, kind of lame, but sure.
I mean, a bounty hunter's
Damn.
gotta have standards.
Fair enough.
I gotta give people a reason to, actually hire me.
That's a good point. And beyond that, we could take knowledge skills, or you could just increase your stealth so you can, hide and sneak.
Honestly, I'm fine with the stealth upgrade.
That makes sense. All right, and you're done. Let's hit save. So that's 2 characters. 3. Okay. Nasreen, would you like to go next?
Sure.
Okay. So, We know you'll be a witch, in this case, a sorcerer. Someone whose magic comes from your heritage. You're just born this way. Now, it may have manifested at like an older age or a younger age, but you were born this way. You're just more talented. You're just better.
I like it.
Any thoughts on how you look like, who you are? Do you want to be something that's human, or do you want to be an elf, a dwarf, an orc, a koala?
A koala.
You could play a koala.
I don't really have a
particular thoughts.
I don't think.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Then we can just be a person. Just be a human.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
I do know how to do that. I do know how to be a human.
Well, you should teach me sometime. It's pretty damn hard, let me tell you. Shit's hard to keep up.
It's very, very hard. I'm not good at it. I just don't know how.
Right? The hell is taxes? Okay.
Honestly.
All right, for a background. So you work at a pie shop, but what did you do in the past? You have magical powers, but what did you used to do? You don't have to look for something here particular. We can just find something close.
I don't know. Maybe like a if there's like a baker, because like we work in a shop, or like even like a teacher. Like I have one, so like that'd be interesting. I don't know if those exist.
We'll take a look. I'm pretty sure. Cook. There you go, cook. Close enough.
Cool. Hell yeah.
All right, boost con or intelligence, so we can boost your constitution with that. So let's set your stats first thing. As a human, you can pick any 2 stats to buff. These are, I'm just gonna straight up say you need to pick these. Charisma and dexterity are what I recommend. Charisma determines how effective your spells are. Dexterity makes you harder to hit, which in Pathfinder means you are harder to crit.
Yay. Okay, let's go with those.
Yeah, if you eat a critical hit with your 15 hit points, you will explode.
I'm done.
For a reference, one level 1 enemy, which I put in the one shot, I won't say what, does an average of 9 to 10 damage on a hit. So if it crits you, it will do 18 to 20 damage on a normal roll. So Dex is kind of useful.
Okay, let's keep
yeah. So for your background, you have to boost either Constitution, which is how tough you are, or Intelligence, which gives you more skills, but otherwise does not help you as a sorcerer. So for that, I'd recommend Constitution and more Charisma.
Okay, let's go with that then. Constitution and Charisma.
And last, we get a boost 4 stats. Dexterity, we gotta up that. Charisma, gotta up that because you want your stuff to work. We could up Constitution and Wisdom. This just makes you a little faster, a little more likely to notice things, and a little bit tougher.
Okay.
It's not bad. Behold, you're at 16 hit points instead. Yippee!
I love it. I love
Finally,
that so
thank
much
God.
better.
It'll truly make it I mean, it might. You never know.
Fingers crossed. Fingers crossed.
So, as a sorcerer, you have to decide what is the source of your magic. Who got freaky with what in your family tree to give you magic? Classics are dragon. Dragon blood is easy to use and pretty powerful.
What is demonic?
Demonic makes you a divine sorcerer. You'd have the same types of spells as the cleric. So for this, I'd recommend against it. Because generally I try and keep the casters on different types of magic. Just because it keeps them more unique to each other.
Okay, that makes
both
sense.
demonic and angelic spells give you divine magic.
Okay.
But there's a lot of other options. Dragon is always solid. Elemental is very powerful. This lets you control like the natural elements. And it lets you basically pick one you want. Those ones are very strong. Very good for doing a lot of damage. If you want to be a more tricksy, have more subtlety, you could pick like hag or undead. Those are kind of weird ones. Oh, no, wait, Undead Divine. Phoenix is also a very solid one for elemental primal magic. It lets you... It gives you a special spell that does damage and heals at the same time. Basically, if you hit allies or enemies. Now, it's not a lot. It's a small amount. But you get to use it, and it's something you can spam every 10 minutes. You use it once every 10 minutes in-game. Well, in world. Not, in real life, but in world. So out of combat, you can keep using it to heal people. Which can be nice. I don't know. You want to go Phoenix?
I like the idea of Phoenix, or even like elemental, like fire. But that's
Fire's very solid. We can pick Fire. Hey, if you want to be a pyro, we can pick Fire. Fire's special ability is to spend one action to throw a ball of your element at the enemy for an extra attack that does bonus damage. You just get low. If you want to do loads of damage, elemental sorcerers do loads of damage.
Okay. I don't listen. I like fire.
Mm-hmm. Now, with that said, so humans are pretty. They get extra traits, extra things they get to do. This is one thing I'm going to recommend just because this is a one-shot. I would recommend going Versatile Human, which gives you a general feat, which no one else has to interact with. You get these later. You can take this and take Armor Proficiency. Normally, as a sorcerer, you can't wear armor. This allows you to wear armor. This means you will be 10% less likely to eat a critical hit.
Oh, I like that.
Which is probably good, so that's why I recommend. We're going to go to your defense. Before I forget, we're going to buy a chain shirt. So chain armor, because it's made out of chain, it's literally like, little metal rings that are linked together, really tight. Also known as a halberd. These don't give you move speed penalties when you're weak. So you can wear them despite being kind of baby. The downside is they're noisy, so you're not very stealthy. Because it kind of cronk. But yeah. Okay.
Okay, fine. I'll take it.
You also get one ancestry feat. There's a lot of things here for human. Once again, I'm just going to cut this a little short. I recommend Natural Ambition. This gives you a class feat at level 1, which is humans' thing. They get an extra level 1 class feat, which lets them do weird things build-wise. And sorcerers don't get a class feat at level 1 because they're wizards. This lets you just pick up one for free.
I like it.
All right. So, that's not useful. You could get a familiar if you want a little animal companion. This is, for you, more role-playing than anything, if you just want to have a little guy. Or you could extend the range of your spells or the size of your area bombs. Like when you cast a big attack spell, you can make it bigger.
Well, let's do that. I want to cause damage.
Yeah, widen. All right, good pick.
Yeah.
Okay. For weapons, I'm going to buy you a knife and nothing else. You could use other things, but whatever. Here,
I want the corset knife.
Oh, right. You want a corset knife? Hell yeah. Fair enough. I respect it. Where is it? Corset knife. There you go. You have a dagger and a corset knife. So you have the knife that they think they got rid of you, and then you pull your real knife.
Pull out another one. Surprise.
Yeah, you pull out the second knife. All right. So the big thing you have to pick as a sorcerer are spells. Okay. First off, every bloodline gets specific spells. So you gain Breathe Fire as a default spell, as a fire sorcerer. You're probably going to use this to breathe fire. And you can use Widen spell, that feat you picked, to make it from a 15-foot cone, that's 3 tiles, to a 20-foot cone, which is 4 tiles. So it's a 90-degree cone shape out from you. So it gets wider as it travels. Okay. All right.
I like that.
Mm-hmm. It's pretty useful. Not the best spell, there's better ones, but hey, you're level 1. You get a cantrip. Cantrips are spammable spells you can cast at will for free. Yours you get automatically is Ignition, which is you snap your fingers and shoot fire at someone. Well, you light something on fire by snapping. If they're in melee, if someone is
yeah.
directly next to you, you can instead attempt to just club them in the face with the fire directly, which does increased damage. At which point you then want to run away because you are a tiny baby standing next to someone if you missed.
I'm just a little guy.
Yeah, he's just a little guy.
Okay.
With that, I would also recommend we can take a couple other elements because this won't matter here, but generally you don't want to only have a single element because this is a world where sometimes the fireplace attacks you, and if all you have is fire spells, well,
It's not
you
helpful.
know the fireplace might attack you. That is a known threat.
Yeah.
I recommend the cantrips Electric Arc and Frostbite. This will give you lightning and cold damage. And these are what are called saving throw spells. So they do less damage, but for example, Electric Arc lets you shoot lightning at up to 2 guys within 6 tiles of you, 30 feet away.
Oh, I like that.
They make a reflex save, and if they fail, they take the full damage. If they succeed, they take half the damage. This means as a caster, a spellcaster, you are very consistent. Even when they succeed, even when you get a partial effect, you're still doing something, right? And then Frostbite is a fortitude save. So if you're fighting like a thief and you're like, thieves are pretty fast, but they're not that tough. Instead of hitting him with lightning, you freeze him, and it's a much weaker save for him, so it's more effective. This is the same, but it has a long range, but only targets 1 guy. And outside of that, we have a couple other spells. I'm just gonna pick some. There's a lot of ones. Shout out to, all right, Laura. Shout out to, oh wait, where was it? I could have sworn inside ropes. A cantrip where you can pull out your guts and magically fortify them to use them as a rope.
That's awful. I hate that. Thank you.
Don't worry.
Can you put them back?
Yeah.
No, they don't get them back. They're mine.
You get
They're mine
50
forever. You
feet
can't
worth
have them
of
back.
guts.
They're my
Other
guts.
creatures can use your guts to climb like a squishy rope.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep them in my jar in my house where I label everybody's.
Oh, and
guts that I
they're
took. It's fine.
sticky, so they help you attach to walls while climbing.
I fucking hate this so much.
I'm so
You
sorry.
and me
That sounds
both.
great.
There you go. Yeah. Now you
me
can finally get things from the top shelf with your inside rope.
Exactly.
Don't
My
worry, I
inside
got
rope.
this as I tear my belly open. Wait. What are you doing? Everyone hates that. That's why it's so
I think it's-
good.
Life
think it's
finds a way,
great.
I guess.
Mm-hmm. All right, so
I promise
last
not to use it on anybody here.
use it. You could take guidance. Guidance is a 1 action. So it's if you cast a big spell, you can have 1 action. You're like, guidance on someone. This gives them a +1 to whatever they do next. Just a little bonus on whatever they do next. It's a cantrip. They're small effects. Or you could take, where is it? Glass Shield, which allows you to essentially create a magical shield out of glass. And it boosts your defense. If someone hits you, you can use your reaction to shield block, intercepting the swing and reducing the damage you take, and then the shield explodes and does damage to them.
Oh.
So it's a small buff,
like
or it's so a small buff for your team, or a small defensive
Yeah.
buff for yourself.
I think I'll go with the buff for the team. So I'll go
Okay.
guidance.
And you're done. Well,
Sweet. Yay.
you can buy a couple scrolls. I'll toss a couple in your inventory,
Oh,
just so you have
tinkle.
extra backup spells. Oh, sorry, we have to pick 2 more spells. So you have Breathe Fire. We can pick 2 additional primal spells. There's a lot here. I'm not going to make you look through this. Good God. I am literally making videos to get through these lists for people because holy shit.
It's
I
a
recommend you
lot.
take Heal because this is the
Okay.
healing spell.
Oh, helpful.
That's enough said. This is the healing spell for the game. You can cast spells at higher ranks for more powerful effects. Heal just gets better as you keep using it. It's a big heal bomb.
Okay.
You don't have to be a heal. You don't have to focus on it. But what if the cleric goes down? right? What if the cleric eats a big hit and goes down? Well, you can save them.
Right.
It's just nice to have.
Okay. I
And
just
for
in
your
the background
last
hoping
one,
I don't die. It's great.
exactly,
It's fine.
exactly. Again, if everyone can heal a little bit, then you're not going to die no matter what, right? It's like a 6 healer team in Marvel Rivals or Overwatch. We're just like, God damn it, die. All right. And last, I would recommend, since you want to do big damage, Thunder Strike. Breathe Fire is an area of effect move where you hit a bunch of people. Thunder Strike is a single target lightning bolt. If you're like, screw that guy, Thunder Strike, and you just hit him with a bolt of lightning.
I like it. Hell
right.
yeah. Fuck that guy.
Hell yeah, fuck that guy. Exactly. All right, and there you go. That's it. That's all you need.
Hey.
All right. Cinder, are you there?
I am indeed.
It's been 1,000 years. All right, how you doing? You want to make a character?
Doing pretty good. I'm ready.
All right. So you wanted to make a cleric, but do you have any ideas beyond that? Do you want to be something? Look like someone?
So right now, I guess the idea that's in my head is very, very star themed in a sense.
Because it took a bit, so I scrolled through. I looked at stuff.
Oh.
Right now, in terms of ancestry, I was looking at a kitsune.
Kitsune are always cute and top tier waifu, I'm just gonna say.
You're right.
That tracks.
In term of background, astrologer.
Astrologer, all right.
The stars theme.
All right. Yep, going with a stars theme. I get it. All right. Ooh, I know exactly. Hold on. Or no, you keep going.
In terms of ancestry feat, and also technically God, I think the God was the hardest one because I couldn't find anything that said what's your specific as a cleric? What you would be specific.
Yeah, so what you'd look for is Pathfinder 2 or Google PF2 deities. They're not called gods, they're called deities because we use fancy words because we're fucking nerds with thesauruses and it's everyone's problem.
Okay.
I know one already. I recommend the goddess Desna. Desna is the goddess of stars and dreams.
I like this.
Stars, dreams, travel, and art.
Yeah, I like it already.
All right, there we go.
Yeah.
So we will lock that in. Where do I even type that? Details? Desna. Nope. Desna will give us a few things that make it nice and easy. Desna's favorite weapon is the Star Knife, which is... It's one of those stupid tabletop weapons that make no fucking sense. It's a dagger with a loop center and 4 blades sticking out in all 4 cardinal directions. It makes no sense.
It's a Naruto weapon.
It is a Naruto weapon. It really, really is. God, there's no sorting in this menu. All right, found it.
I'm posting a picture of it for you, Sin.
It's true. You might be familiar with that, huh, Fable? The stupidest weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it is Fable's storyteller, so.
All right, you got me there.
I do my research.
You got me there. All right. So Desna also, you pick a domain. Desna has domains of dream, luck, moon, and travel. I remember Moon's a really good one. It gives you Moonbeam, which once a fight you can fire off a ray of moonlight that burns people for good damage. It also counts as magical silver damage, so it can burn vampires and werewolves.
Ooh.
Which isn't relevant for this, but hey, it's neat. Oh, and if you hit them, it also blasts their eyes and become dazzled and have a chance to miss anything they do because they can't see.
Ooh, okay. So what were the other ones again? There was Dream.
The others are, let's look through. Dreams, which allows you to cast a sweet dream on someone, which puts them to sleep for 1 hour, and then they wake up with a small buff to something. It's cool, but I don't think that's very useful. I don't.
No.
I
Not
need
for
to
me.
pick a
At least
door.
not
Hold
in-
on, give me a nap for an hour, thanks. Luck
Hey, guys, who
allows
wants a nap?
you. Yeah, exactly. Luck allows you to buff a teammate, and the next time they would make a saving throw, they roll the saving throw twice and take the better result. Thanks for the hydrate. Which, this is nice. I will note this is a bit of a metagame concern. At level 1, saving throws are a bit more rare. As you level up, monsters have crazy effects and a lot of saving throws. At level 1, things tend to just hit you. Because you're fighting like a dude with a club, right? You're not fighting the demon god over here, or the thunder hawk or something. You're like, oh no, an angry dog. This is a serious threat to us, because we're level 1. And your last other option is travel. The travel domain allows you to spend 1 action to buff your move speed and move over difficult terrain, which is terrain that normally takes twice as much movement to move through. It's like loose gravel or running on sand, that kind of thing. Running up a hill.
Okay. I feel like the one that feels most appropriate would be Moon.
Right. Sounds
At the
good.
very least during this one shot.
Yeah, during a one shot, it makes a lot more sense to just be like, all right, there's going to be like 4 fights to show you how the game works. And, like role playing, some skill use, that kind of stuff. All right.
Yeah.
With that said, you do need to handle your skills. As a Kitsune, your charisma's high naturally. But you want a high wisdom, because that's what cleric spells are based on. As astrologer, you can boost wisdom. That's great. I recommend boosting dexterity as much as you can. The same with the sorcerer for Nas. You need dexterity so you don't explode when someone throws a rock at you. Or at least to reduce the odds. And for your stats on your final 4 stat buffs, Dex and Wisdom you want to buff. Constitution gives you HP. That's always good. And also makes you more resistant to like poison and stuff. And you have 1 extra stat. You don't really need to be strong. You're a nerd. A caster. You don't need to work out. You could be smarter, or you could be charming. It's up to you. So I will know.
Here's the one question that I ask.
Yes.
How's everyone else in the party doing in terms of smartness and charm? Are we looking like a more charming party?
You have someone you have 2 characters who are very charming.
Okay,
I don't think
so
we
you
did
might need-
skills for Nas. We'll go back to that. Anyways,
We might need some.
I think
street
smarts will do you better.
I think so as well.
With that said, first off, Desna gives you acrobatics as a skill, which is great. I will note this is not for jumping. Acrobatics is not jumping. Acrobatics is your ability to escape people grabbing you. It's your ability to balance on like slick ice. And it is your ability to squeeze through narrow objects. Anyways, with that said, we have skills. You might want to increase medicine. You might want to be good at doing medicine. It is wisdom based, and you're very good at medicine. As a cleric. Which will let you heal people out of combat.
And I do like that.
It's nice to have. Beyond that, if you want to know things, you could increase your society skill to know about society and the fact that we do live in one. And beyond that, it's kind of a toss-up. You could know about Arcana to know about the magic. You could learn about nature. You already know religion. You already know religious things. But nature would teach you about animals and plants. Or you could become good at survival. And like, Bear Grylls it up and know when it's time to start drinking your own pee. I mean, the time is now. Let's go.
The
Time is never.
Time is now. Needs
So
must.
my question would be, in terms of a character who is
Mhm.
very studied in the stars, what might
Nature
best fit
would
them
make
there?
sense. Stars are natural. So observing the movement of the stars, like, makes sense to me. That'd be nature. That would be, I would assume, either nature or a cult, right? It depends. Like, nature would be like, yeah, I know why the stars move because I know how, solar motion works and stuff. A cult would be all like, you see, in 3 days, Jupiter and the sun will be in alignment, then the ritual will be complete. That would be occultism.
So I feel like we're looking at nature.
Okay. Sounds good. That said, for gear, I'm going to give you an adventurer's pack. You can't wear armor. Buy you a knife, though.
Damn.
Now, if you want, you could carry a crossbow or a sling if you want to be cheap. They're not good weapons. Crossbows are not that good. But since you're a low-level caster, you can have it in your hands and just cast a spell, and if like, I have a third action. Crossbow, and just try and shoot someone. I mean, it might not, probably won't work, but like, hey, you might hit someone. If you want.
I feel like with what I have so far, it's pretty good.
All right.
Don't need
It doesn't
too
hurt
much.
to have the backup of like, I'm going to just shoot this guy with a crossbow. Does a D8 if you hit it, so it's nice. All right. Oh yeah, heritage and ancestry. Did you mention anything about that?
Let me just add the crossbow really quickly.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of heritage and ancestry,
Mm-hmm.
I have on there, Empty Sky Kitsune,
And
then Foxfire, because I was looking between them all, and I
Oh, in that case, you don't
thought
really need a
Foxfire might-
crossbow. Because Foxfire is cool. Lets you shoot fire at people. And then in that case, you don't need a crossbow because you just throw fire at people. Well, it has a max range of 20 feet, though. You have to be pretty close. It does, like, not good damage.
yeah, but it does something.
But it's
There's
something.
nothing.
You can always carry both. Fire the crossbow and then just drop it. Just throw it away and pick it up after the fight. That's very valuable. All right. Well, I'll toss a couple scrolls in your inventory later, but you can pick some spells. So we will always get your focus spell of Moonbeam once a fight. You will have your cleric's font, your 4 heal spells, which is like a lot. For reference, you have 17 HP. Heal is what we call a variable action spell. You can spend 1 action, 2 actions, or 3 actions to cast it. And it changes what it does. If you cast it for 1 action, you touch someone right next to you, and it heals them for a D8. That's an average of 4 to 5 hit points, an 8-sided dice. If you use 2 actions, you can heal someone 30 feet away from you, 6 tiles away, and it will heal them for a D8 plus 8. It triples the average healing for an average of 12 to 13 healing out of your 17 HP. It's when I say it's a heal bomb, I mean it. And if you spend 3 actions, you blast it out and heal everyone in 30 feet of you, including enemies, for 1d8. You don't get the flat bonus, but it turns into an AoE. Heal's cool. It's really
Heal
good.
seems very good. Heal seems
is.
very, very good.
With that said, you get 2 other spells. You could take the classic Bless. This creates an aura around you that gives a attack bonus to hit just around you for 15 feet around. And once per round on, like your next turn, you can spend an action to boost the aura and make it bigger. And then bigger, and then bigger. That's a decent pick. It's a solid do it at the start of the fight. Everyone's just benefiting the whole time. You could also
Not
pick a
seeing-
damage spell if you want. There's a few others. There's some control and debuff spells like Fear or Command. Runic
I'm not
weapon. Oh, I will
seeing
point out
Bless.
Runic weapon. Bless should be at the top. But Runic weapon is an insane one. It's not flashy. This is purely teammate based. This allows you to give someone a +1 striking weapon, which is effectively a level 4 magic weapon. You will give them a bonus to hit by 1, and they will do an extra
Ooh.
dice of damage. So like Alexel's pistol throws 1d6. If you runic weapon the pistol, it does 2d6 instead. It just amps the weapon's damage for the rest of the fight. This is one of those spells that at level 1 and 2 is like god tier, and then you never take it again because people get actual magic weapons and you don't need it anymore. But boy, is it good when you get it.
Sounds about right. And sounds like it would be good for our
right.
certain circumstance.
I think so. And you get some cantrips. These are your spammable moves, your general attacks. Divine Lance is kind of a classic for any caster. It lets you throw a beam of divine energy. But you could
Good on
also
that. I like
take
that one.
needle darts. Needle darts has you shave off pieces of metal and throw them at high speed telekinetically. This actually does more damage than Divine Lance at low levels.
Ooh.
So I would pick this at first, then maybe consider if you want the other one.
I'm gonna definitely pick the needle darts.
It does like 50% more, so at level 1, that's a lot. Elsewise, I'd
Then-
recommend you could take shield. Just let you make a magic shield for the round. Small boost to armor class, but more importantly, if someone hits you, you can block it with the shield and reduce the incoming damage by 5. It stops you from casting shield after that for the rest of the fight, but you take 5 less damage. That's a third of your HP.
Ooh. I think I'm definitely
It's
gonna
pretty
pick
big.
shield. Am I able to cast shield on allies or just on myself?
No. Only
Okay.
the psychic class can cast shield on allies. In fact, psychics can cast multi-layer shields that they can block repeatedly with on teammates.
Okay.
For you, it's a selfish thing.
Got it.
There's so many options. You could take message to silently telekinetically send people messages within sight 120 feet away.
I'll definitely
could
be taking
take-
message. Maybe light as well.
A light, that's not bad. Light's one of those ones of like, you could use a torch, but like, light, it's as useful as your creative, right? Because you can cast this on a rock and put the rock in your pocket. And then just take it out. Or something like that. Can't do that with a torch. And you get one
And
more.
to solidify the support, I think I might take guidance as well.
Guidance is very good. You can't have too many. And I'll note, you can only guidance a given person once an hour. But your guidance and Nasreen's guidance, those have different immunities. You can guidance, and then Nas can guidance the next round on the same person.
Ooh.
The only thing I'll note, spell buffs do not stack. All spells give what's called a status bonus. Only the biggest status bonus applies. They don't stack. So if you have Bless up, guidance on someone's attack, if they're within, if they're next to you so they get the bonus, doesn't help them. But guidance on someone far away from you will. I think that is it, though. All right, Nas, I'm going to go back to you real fast. I forgot to give you skills. Yeah, we did. You get all of 2. You get all of 2. You could just spec into being really good at talking to people because you're charismatic, or you could do whatever else you want.
Do we have people who are already good at talking?
You do have people who are good at talking already. You have
Well,
Fable,
that's
who is also
them.
good at talking. Okay. Well, you're always
Was
good
the
at
case.
scaring people with intimidation, which is a nice combat debuff you can do.
Oh, let's do that.
Yep.
Yeah.
You get that by default. So what else you could do? You could
Oh,
be
great.
stealthy. You could learn how to hide and sneak. Always nice to have.
I think that would be good with the chain shirts, though. Yeah.
Well, the chain shirt gives you a -1.
Oh,
But
I still want it.
yeah, that puts you at +4 instead of what? +1? That's nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're slightly worse, but like whatever, you're still better. And one thing you could do is you could like know something. Like you could learn crafting so you can make things. I mean, someone in this damn shop has to make the pies. No one has crafting. Who's cooking in this house?
I will do this if I must.
All right, and you have cooking
Cries
lore
into my
as
water
well.
pie.
Man, the shop's
It's
going
okay, you
under.
provide the recipe.
They're
Okay,
desperate
Sin
in
has
these
a
streets
medicine
that they're
pie,
buying
it's
from you.
fine.
All right.
The medicine
That's good
pie.
there.
I don't think I want
All
it.
right. And that means, hey, Lore, I hope you figured it out.
I've made a decision, sort of.
Hmm. Yeah.
My God.
What's your decision?
We're mostly charismatic, right?
you
Nobody's
have a lot
actually
of-
in charge of this motherfucker.
Yeah, that's correct.
I might have to be Emma Frost at this point.
I respect
Hit
it. I love me
hard,
some Emma
Take
Frost.
charge.
Punch
Don't
people.
ask.
Tired
You
of everyone's
see,
bullshit.
I'm just gonna say, if you hit level 8 on this monk, you would be able to take Iron Blood Stance, where you become hard as iron and gain resistance to all damage,
So fucking funny.
which would just be her diamond form.
Well, I kind of wanted to lean. There's a a heritage that
Mhm.
kind of lets you be somewhat of like an earth
Right.
genasi.
Or yeah, you wanted to be
Yeah.
related to the elemental plane of the earth.
Mm-hmm.
So you wanted to be a gem person.
Yes.
Sounds good. Do you want to be a human or do you want to be something else? Just because you're earth related, you could be an orc or a dwarf or a minotaur
was
or a
kind of
centaur. Anything.
Feeling orc maybe. I
Orc?
need
Orc is solid.
big thick lady. So
Mhm.
maybe
Big
orc,
gem
but I'm
orc
open
lady?
to suggestions.
I mean, the thickest would be minotaur or centaur. But
Mhm.
that's like, you will become a large-sized creature. You're not just
Lord.
thick. You are
I
like
don't
physically
know.
massive.
Put in my own shop.
But Lore,
Exactly.
the half horse, half man. It calls
I
to you.
No.
Other big options, lizard folk can be massive. You could be like a gem lizard. Who else would be huge? Ah, yes, the automaton. You can be a
Oh, I
you can be
was
literally a
thinking
construct
that.
robot gem person.
The only other thing I thought maybe was the. Is it automaton or is it the other one? The other automaton adjacent, more humanoid.
Android?
Android
You could be an android.
was the other one I was thinking about.
That's an option. Hey, that boosts your intelligence too.
I really.
You're less
I think
charismatic because you're
maybe
like Data from
intelligence.
Star Trek. You could use the int. All right, we can go automaton or android. Sorry. All right. As for background, what were you in a past life, Lore? What did you do before you screamed at people in the kitchen and told them it was fucking raw?
I mean, either I started this shit because
Mhm.
one of us had to,
Mm-hmm.
or I came in and was like, "What the fuck's wrong with your books? Let's fix this."
Is there a merchant? There's gotta be a merchant. Magical merchant.
I think there's like
Merchant.
a bookkeeper or something too. So
Yeah, so let's lock that in. Is there a bookkeeper? Probably. There is a bookkeeper. You could be a bookkeeper. Why not? All right. With that said, we have some stats to pick. I would recommend buffing your strength alongside your dex and intelligence. Minus charisma, that's fine for android, pretty good for a monk. You want to boost your int? Now the question is, do you want to hit as hard as possible, or do you want to hit slightly less hard but be a lot more tanky?
I think I need to take more
All right.
damage.
In that case, I'm going to toggle things to max out your dex and make your strength +2. You'll do a little less damage, but you will have the highest armor in the group by a lot.
It's probably necessary
After that,
at this point.
A little bit of
Someone's gonna take the
constitution's
damage.
vital, and I'm assuming you want to be as smart as possible. Wow, +3 int.
Yes.
You are wicked smart.
Yay.
Everyone here is terrible wisdom, by the way.
I
A
mean,
higher level dominate spell would ruin you. Good
fine.
thing it's a one-shot, and you're not finding those.
Mhm.
With that said, what kind of android do you want to be? Oh, right, you wanted to go Oriad.
I have good wisdom.
True. That's true. You have to tell everyone here to stop sticking their tongues on the frozen ice poles. You're the only
Shaking my
one.
head.
Me laughing because I probably froze the ice poles. in the
Yeah,
first
but it's
place.
lemon flavored.
me yelling, Jack Horner doesn't exist. Stop sticking your thumb in the pie.
Man, that's a weird. Imagine being a baker and your stupid kid keeps sticking their thumbs in the pies. I feel like that kid's gonna get their butt whooped. I'm just saying. Like,
would be
oh my
livid.
You're
god.
gonna get a fireball to the face.
Right? Like the first time you're like, dude, stop that. The third time you're like, oh, all right. All right, I see where this is going. Anyways, ancestry feat. You can pick from android ancestry or Oriad ancestry feats. That's what you've unlocked. You can have stone or robot. Like you could be emotionless, or you could have gem soul, where you're shiny as fuck on the inside. You're a walking geode practically, and you're good at
Oh, I kinda
performance.
like that.
Ideally, you could take like Nanite Surge. This allows you as a reaction once an hour. When you do any skill check, you can activate the nano machines inside you and give you a bonus to that skill. And then you start glowing.
Ooh. That.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All right, we'll go with that. Simple enough. And now's the fancy bit for a monk. Your class feat. You get one. You might notice there's like 10 stances.
Mm-hmm.
This is Monk's thing. So you could just throw D6 fists. You could just throw hands, basic D6 hands like a short sword. It's okay. If you want chi spells, this would allow you to, once a fight, throw essentially a magically enhanced flurry of punches for your 2 punches that do bonus damage. What I would recommend for you is to pick one of the weapon stances because there are so many. Or not weapon, the martial arts stances. There's also weapons, but crane stance. So here's ready for a deep dive on monk. For those unfamiliar, monks in Pathfinder 2 are sick. They have a ton of different martial arts stances that completely change how they play and what they do. And they're really strong in general. So there you go. With that said, crane stance is a defensive stance. Your damage stays at D6. It's not great, and all you can do are crane strikes. As you assume you stand like a crane, right, on one leg, and you're good at jumping. But you get a bonus to armor that just sticks with you, so you become even harder to hit. Dragon stance, on the other hand, this is a pure strength stance. I don't recommend this for you. This gives you D10 dragon kicks as you imitate a dragon's tail with the backswing trait. So if you miss, your second follow-up kick becomes more accurate. And also because you're a dragon, you can ignore one tile of difficult terrain when you move. We have flood
Not
stance.
me, but it's amazing.
Exactly. You have flood stance. This is a new one. Oh, it lets you hold your breath. Why? Why?
I don't know. Why do we have water pies?
I see you fish Namor out. I see. This is a strength stance, not for you. Mountain stance. This is also a strength stance. Don't take this. This is a cool one though. This allows you to remove your dex bonus to armor entirely as you enter into like a deep horse stance and flex your abs and become hard as rock, gaining the physical defense of like a steel breastplate because you're just that tough. Rain of Embers stance is a really neat one. You do very low damage, but you do Phoenix style strikes that do fire damage. Also, this does boost your armor class and give you fire resistance. At level 1, I don't recommend this. I'm just going to point this out at high levels because I think this style in particular is so fucking cool. At level 6, you gain... you can take Blazing Talon Surge, which allows you in this stance to rush someone, hit them, and then grab them as a 2-action combined activity. And then at level 14, you gain a follow-up move called the Explosive Death Drop, where if you have someone grabbed, you can suplex them so hard that they explode. And do AoE fireball damage.
That's incredible.
That's all.
Love that.
That's all. That's the kind of shit monks do in this game. They're so cool. With that said, you also have Reflective Ripple stance. This is a trip monk. This makes you very good at tripping people and just being a nuisance while also doing like mediocre damage. It's okay damage. You don't get more. You have Rushing Goat stance. This is not finesse. This is as strength as it comes because you're a goat. I mean, yeah. You want to run at people and hit them. Stoked Flame stance, which makes you fast as fuck. It makes you even faster than a normal monk who's already fast as fuck. And you make flashing spark attacks that do 1d8 damage, so you attack as hard as a longsword or a battle axe. And when you crit someone, you light them on fire because you're hitting them so fast.
Yeah.
And then last, these are the most like general picks: Tiger stance and Wolf stance. Tiger stance, you can slash people for d8 damage, and when you crit, you cut them open for bleed damage. And if you take one action to step instead of striding, so you can do a full speed move or a light step. The light step moves 2 tiles instead of 1 for Tiger stance. So what you do with that is it lets you avoid enemies who would hit you when you move. Which is rare at level 1, I'm just gonna say.
Yeah.
Wolf stance is the other solid one. This is great for... This one's just good. As you do d8 piercing damage with your Wolf Fang Fist. You have Agile, so you're better at multiple attacks. You have Finesse, so you can use Dex to hit. And you have Backstabber. If someone is off guard to you, they can't defend themselves because you're flanking them, or they're on the ground, or someone's grabbing them, things like that. You do extra damage, just for fun. And yeah, if you're flanking someone, you can also use the Wolf stance to trip people at a bonus.
Pretty good.
If you
what
wanted...
would you recommend? Because I don't care
I would
about
say
doing the
Wolf
most
stance for
damage.
now.
Mhm.
Wolf or Crane. If you wanted, you could also spec into... Well, you're not charisma heavy, so drunken boxing wouldn't make sense for you.
Mhm.
There is Stumbling stance, which is for drunken martial arts. That would not make sense for your build. So Wolf stance would make sense. Crane, if you want to be as tough as possible, I would pick Crane stance.
Let's go Crane then.
Okay. I see. Classy like Emma Frost. No one touches you. All right, you get 7 skills because you're so smart.
Oh, God.
You get a shitload. I recommend pumping athletics and acrobatics because you are a monk.
Mhm.
You just want to be really good at physical everything. Climbing, jumping, spinning, kicking. You want to be the queen.
I do. I really do.
If you want to run a pie shop, crafting makes a lot of sense to be good at.
Mhm.
And I think... Oh, hey, you're already trained in society. There you go. That's your bookkeeping.
Hey, let's go.
And your accounting lore. You could become good at stealth, just because you have a high dex, so you could be very sneaky. And if you want to know things, you could then increase Arcana and Occultism to understand things that require smart people. Then you get one more.
Needing, like diplomacy or anything. Maybe intimidation instead.
So many intimidations. It's not a bad one. Or you could do survival if you wanted.
Are we just
For a
gonna
one shot?
just gonna bully everyone into buying our
Just
pies?
bully everyone into buying the pies. All right, there you go. That's the only way you stay in business. This place sucks. So
It's been good. We just scare everyone.
one advantage of
gonna be
monk
scaring these people
is
into
that-
buying pies, and I'm gonna
Heck
be over
yeah.
here like, no, please don't be afraid. I'm so sorry.
One advantage of monk is that, frankly, you don't need to buy anything. You don't need armor. You don't need weapons. You have a lot
I
of money.
am the weapon.
You are the weapon. You have a bunch of money. You could just buy more scrolls for your team, or you could buy like a cheap magic item of some sort if you wanted. Like,
Or I could just have money.
or you could just have a shitload of money on you. Honestly, that's not a bad thing, right? Role-playing wise, it's like, hey, I'm going to bribe this guy. Okay, who has money? And you're all like, oh, we spent all our money.
Mhm.
Well, how can you bribe him? Yeah, just
I
having
was the one that was doing accounting, so
effectively like $100 on you, not a bad idea.
all right, everyone, bow down to your sugar mama.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, there you go.
Huh?
Swashbuckler, monk, sorcerer, gunslinger, cleric. There's some level
What
1
about
characters.
Juby?
Oh, Juby, do you want to make a character?
I mean, if we have time.
Yeah, we got time. We got time. I can make one more.
Okay, cool.
What would you like to be? You said you were more familiar with Pathfinder?
Indeed. I have 2 campaigns that I'm in.
All right, so a little bit. Fair enough. What do you want to make then? We have
Okay.
2 casters, 2 frontliners, and a gunslinger.
Okay. So that leaves me with the perfect 2 options, because I had 2 in mind. Okay.
And both
So-
are good. Gotcha.
They're fantastic. I promise they're not joke characters at all.
Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh.
So one is a kobold barbarian that is an entertainer, aka a professional wrestler, and his name is El Problemo.
Love that for you.
And the other one is a puppet bard that is a haunted puppet that is named Pelvis Smashley.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah,
Why do
after
we
the
so
radio
much?
singer. Gotcha.
So
Who
I
was
just
the
need
one to
to
come up with the idea for pies in this group?
This is just
Me.
a front. This is a
It was-
front
I think it was
company.
Fable.
There's no way we actually make money.
No, because I feel like
Don't worry about
out
it,
of
it's
all the
nobody's business.
characters, it was. I'm gonna try to play like a soft little sweet guy. And how did I get grouped with you all? How the hell am I here?
Look,
We kidnapped you and you're part of us now. You can't leave. It's too late. So sorry.
Hey, in my
I
defense,
shouldn't have
I'm
left the
dignified.
convent.
Allegedly.
okay. Look. The gang just picked the wrong shop to mess with, okay? Yeah, we're gonna bully these guys. What the fuck? Why are they
Don't worry
casting
about it.
spells? Why is there a... Holy shit.
Listen, we were talking about medicine pies earlier, so now all I can think about is the pies are laced with drugs. This is absolutely
I
a
mean,
front.
okay, this is
what
the
I'm
equivalent
saying.
of a random gang
No, it's-
trying to mug the X-Men.
That's fine. This is basically a wasteland anyway. It's whatever.
Yeah,
Versus
sure.
Bombs.
Let's go with that.
Oh, these aren't homemade. They were made in a factory.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry
A bomb
about it.
factory. They're bombs.
Pie factory.
No, that's
They're
the
pies.
alchemist class.
No, Laura, I need you to look at the video I sent you earlier because that
You
relates to this.
said me- Oh, I did see it. What do you mean? I saw it. I definitely saw it.
Okay, but did you listen to the audio? Because that
Yes,
is
I did.
exactly what it's from.
All right. Which of the classes do you want to make,
Yeah.
Juby? Barbarian or Bard? They'd both be
As much as
pretty good.
As much as I want to be El Problemo, I feel like I am too attached to pelvis smashly now that I can't.
All
not do
right.
it.
All right, pop it, Bard it is. I'll let you
Can
just
I
a little
carry
guy.
around pelvis smash? Thank you.
I mean, you can. Okay. There is a
Pelvis the
rule. There is
bouncer.
a rule. If one PC, if one player is riding another player as a mount, you both get fewer actions. You both only get 2 actions to account for the fact that it's really hard to get in a fist fight when someone's on top of you also in a fist fight. But
He's just a little guy.
no one to say he doesn't just hop off. Wait, he's a little guy who's fighting and getting shot at.
I'll toss him.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. If he just is off of you at the
Talking about
start,
the enemy.
that's okay. There is literally,
What
by
you
the way,
wanted,
a
right,
barbarian feat about throwing your teammates as a fastball special. That fastball
There you
special.
go.
All right. So, what did you want your background to be, Juby?
Entertainer.
Entertainer. There we go. Bards. Oh, you already have charisma. Okay. What's your stats at?
Okay, so let's see. Oh yikes! I get a negative dexterity.
Mm-hmm. Poppets are slow. They're toys. You are a toy.
A toy.
This is why I said I would carry you.
Look, I'm just a child's plaything. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think wisdom would be a good one to have, and then charisma has to be on the
Yep.
back.
Gotta max that out, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. And then I kind of no, that's fine. I'll put intelligence as the other one. I can't be the other village stupid.
Okay. So, from what I have here, what do I dump? No con? Higher int?
Yeah. Yeah. I think I'm gonna
bold of
roll
them.
into the I think I'm gonna roll into the fact that I am a toy.
Fair
so,
enough.
Yeah, con is the dump.
Oops. Fair enough. All right. So, what's your muse? So, for those unfamiliar, bards get to pick a muse. What inspires your musical prowess that is so great it causes the world to shift?
Oof.
Warriors, the animals, whatever the fuck polymath means. Knowing things like a nerd. Maestro, where you're just really good at things. You're just really good music. Actually, Maestro kind of makes sense for Elvis, huh?
Yeah, I think Maestro is already like it's very
It's
Elvis
also,
flavored. So.
I'm not gonna lie, it is the meta pick. It is the best one. But what matters is flavor. All right, heritage. What kind of puppet are you? A toy? You are a toy. Stuffed? Wind up? Oh yeah, right. Toy puppets are tiny instead of small. Oh my god.
Carrying
See,
around
you're
a
just
Barbie.
Nothing.
See, I liked that, but I also like the stuffed puppet too.
Ooh, stuffed is
'Cause,
nice.
like-
And you can't take fall damage. That's always nice.
See, I can't
I-
throw him. I told you.
Yeah, now you can throw him.
Just chuck
What is being thrown but fall damage in another direction?
Mhm.
All right, so you want to be
Someone
tiny or
fucking
stuffed?
quote that, please.
I think stuffed
you
is
say?
fine.
All right, fair enough. And for your ancestry feat, you want shiny button eyes. Do you wanna be helpful? Or washed out? You're so sad and
That sounds
loved.
so bad.
Unless you have a second poppet as a familiar.
Imagine
Or
we
you're
just start the
harmless.
Jailhouse Rock Band.
It could help you. Actually, a poppet familiar could aid your performance checks.
You know
So that
what? Let's
wouldn't-
do it.
Yeah, you know what? That works. All right. First off, where's the adventurer kit? There it is. Adventurer pack. Armor, you can wear it. You probably want to change shirts so you don't die. That would make sense. Change shirts. Yes, I will put it on every caster. Do you want a shield? Shields are good. Hard to fit on a
You know
bard's
what?
action economy, but really good.
You know what? Yeah, let's do it for the memes.
All
We're
right,
gonna have
wooden
a shield.
shield.
Yeah.
Nice, cheap, nice and defensive. Do you want a weapon? You can use. I think you get. Is it only my? Do all bards get martial weapons? Oh my god, they do. Bards are the favorite child. So you could use a weapon. You could use a good weapon if you want.
Oh, let's go. So since I have a shield, is it limited to one
Hand,
weapon?
yeah, one hand weapons. But like rapiers
Okay.
still work. You want something with finesse for sure. Because
Okay.
you gotta actually land a hit.
Let's see.
Got a kukri. This is a knife.
What is that? Is that a wish blade? What is that? Is
I
that
think it's like a
legal? Can I
genie
have that?
weapon. You can have a wish
Okay.
blade. Why not? Oh, wish knife. Wish blades are not finesse. Wish knives are fine though. Right. What's the resonant trait? Right. Okay. Yeah. So when you cast a spell, this thing hits harder. But it has to be like a
Sick.
spell slot spell.
Okay.
All right. That's cool.
I mean, wouldn't a knife be like a sword to you if you're a tiny little guy anyway?
It's a tiny.
is a
It's a
knife-
tiny knife.
It's like a toothpick.
Yeah. It's a knife sized for a tiny little sword. All right, and last spells. As you might know, as a bard, you get Courageous Anthem as a cantrip. This is a one-action, resourceless thing that gives everyone a buff to hit. Kind of busted, frankly. Crazy busted, in fact. You also get Lingering Composition. This is a focus spell. When you use Courageous Anthem, you can make a performance check, and it will cause the anthem to last for multiple rounds. And if you fail, it doesn't cost anything, which is busted. I don't know why it says that. There is no penalties. Oh my god, you start with 2 focus points as a bard? What the? Really? Wow. I mean, you also get counter performance, where you can counteract auditory or visual effects with your music. So it's anti-sound and illusion, basically.
Sick.
But you get bard spells. You will automatically gain Soothe. Just gonna make that a signature. It won't matter. Which is a occult healing spell. This is your healing spell, so you have a backup heal if you need it. Beyond that, you have 2 spells. Do you have anything you particularly like, or would you like me to grab a couple solid picks?
I trust you. Grab a couple solid picks.
All right, we're picking Force Barrage, also known as Magic Missile. You can't go wrong when you're like, that guy needs to die. Low health, Magic Missile. Force Barrage never misses. It always hits. It always does a little bit of damage. And we're going to pick Illusory Object, which allows you to make illusions. Illusions are busted strong, but they are limited entirely by your own creativity, because you can make any illusion as long as it's within a 20-foot burst, which is really big. You can do a lot. And as for cantrips, what do you even pick? Shield, Shield's an obvious pick. Unfortunately, occult cantrips are kind of bad. I would recommend you take Void Warp. This is a saving throw cantrip, which is great, and it does void damage, which is negative damage. It is the new version of what used to be... Oh, did they get rid of it? Oh, they did get rid of it. It used to be called, I think, internal trauma. That you just hit their organs directly. Needle darts is a solid pick for a direct attack. Where is it? Everyone gets needle darts, I think. Yeah, they do. 3d4 damage on an attack roll. Not bad. And, I don't know, the rest pick whatever you want. You want, like... Message? Musical accompaniment? You could pick musical accompaniment. I mean,
Yeah,
that kind of makes
why
sense.
not?
That kind of makes sense. Your Elvis, I mean. And then obviously prestidigitation, so you can have fireworks on stage. Obviously.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And you do get a familiar. You did pick a pet. So it gets 2 abilities. Are you familiar with familiar abilities?
No, this is actually the first time I played a bard in Pathfinder. I
Oh,
usually play, like, fighter.
right. I see. This will be a shift. All right. So familiars can pick a lot of different abilities. The one I'm thinking you want is not partner in crime. There is one that allows them to boost your performance checks. Look, man, it's not well sorted as you are seeing. They're just kind of dumped on. Oh, accompanist. There you go. When you perform, if your familiar is nearby, it accompanies you with chirps, claps, or its own miniature instrument for a +1 circumstance bonus in performance. Beautiful. Even better. And one more thing. What do you even give it? Just make it tough. You could just give it more health, I guess.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with having extra health. It'll have 7 hit points instead of 5.
Perfect.
Maybe don't throw it into a fight. I won't target it until the moment you use it in combat, at which point cowabunga it is. Alright, beyond that, you get some skills. You do get some skills. Performance is obvious. You have a high charisma. Do you want talking skills? Or do you want
yes.
knowledge skills? You want the talking skills? You got enough to pick them all, so may as well.
Let's see.
You could be good at medicine. You could know things. Your stat spread's fairly even, so nothing's particularly stand out.
Okay.
I don't think anyone here has survival, so you might want that.
Okay,
just
so
just in
survival-
case.
I'm kind of tempted to put stealth because I am a small boy and I might need to hide every now and
never
then.
hurts to have stealth. It never hurts. And you get one more. I don't even know why you get this, but you do. Oh, it's because Entertainer and Bard both give Perform. You get something else.
How about... You know what? We'll do medicine.
Medicine. Can't go wrong. You never know when the actual doctor is dead. You never know. All right, you have enough money. I can just toss a scroll in your inventory later. Because, one shots, it's nice to just have extra spells. So there you go. Bam. And a bar. That's 6 characters. Not bad. All right. Behold, now y'all don't have to be quiet. You can talk. Any thoughts? Any
Yay.
questions?
Yay!
That.
Just thought that you changed my character's name to Fabled Namor.
I don't know what you mean. You put that in. You wrote
Oh,
that,
you're so-
Fable. Don't you remember?
Oh,
That's
you're
crazy.
right. God, man.
Yeah, that was you. You broke into through
was-
my walls. It was terrifying.
It was actually the spirit of Namor that possessed me.
Mhm.
I don't remember doing that myself.
Mhm. That's right. The King of the Sea commanded you, and you answered.
Uh-huh.
All right. Well, We've been here like 4 hours. I don't want to keep y'all forever. And I'm sure, frankly, especially for those completely unfamiliar with this, your brain is like, fucking numbers. Holy shit. Ah! So,
My favorite color is 7.
yo, that's a good color. I'm more of a 4.
Damn 4.
I know, right?
I love that for you.
I know, I do too. But, all right. Well, there you go. I hope that was a decent session 0. I hope everything made sense. I don't know. It's hard to tell. The
I'm
burden
very
of knowledge
excited
means it's
about
hard
this.
to tell. Yeah, no, I ain't got to go
So
fix my
excited.
boundary. God.
Was I supposed to be following along because you're
didn't
much
have to.
faster than I am? Okay, good.
Yes. Don't worry, it's on a VOD at Lord Generic on youtube.com. Subscribe now. Click like and subscribe and smash that. Wait, I already said like. Damn. Smash that Twitch follow button. Nailed it. Salvaged. Easy.
Smash generic. Got it. Understood.
Like, comment, and subscribe, and
Mhm,
scan
mhm.
that
Well,
QR code. Wait, there's
While
no
we're
QR.
talking about smashing generic, can we have a little like
What?
round of applause for Jenny hitting 200 followers?
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
Oh, I did? Oh, I did.
You
Neat.
did.
You did.
I have that
No,
turned off.
you
I'm not
didn't.
going to lie. I got that turned off. I'm going to be real.
I also have it turned off.
It's healthy.
That's
like,
so valid.
Thank you.
We were just watching it go up and we're like, oh, yay. So we're very proud of you.
I know. Me getting any followers in a stream is quite rare. I'm going to be real.
You should get more. You're amazing.
Agreed. Agreed.
Not amazing enough. We'll get better. Anyways, with that said, I'm gonna. All right, we're gonna cut the stream pretty fast, so that y'all can vibe, and you're not on stream anymore, so you don't have to worry. And then you can tell me how bad I am to my face, and I will only cry a little.
I
would never.
We never.
All right, I'll tell myself how bad I am in secret. Okay, understood.
You'll do
No.
not.
Oh, it's relatable. Let's go.
That's what my friend
All
are
right.
talking about.
Lore, get the newspaper.
Yeah, I'm
Nah.
on it.
No. All right. With that said, if you're watching, thank you for dropping by. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any interest, any thoughts, if you want to tell me how to run a session 0 for real, go ahead and let me know in the comments, huh? If you're on Twitch side, you have to go to my YouTube at Lord Generic to tell me in the comments because, well, I mean, you're on Twitch. What are you gonna do? But with that said, thank you for dropping by. Go ahead and get up to stretch yourself. That means all of you too. Go ahead and stretch. When was the last time you looked away from your monitor? Go look out a window, even if it's dark. It's still better than nothing, okay?
Look at
And
the sky.
I'll see y'all in a little bit. All right. Thanks for dropping by. We'll run the actual one-shot next week. Same time is my plan. I'll have things
Yay.
working by then. I hope. All right. Thank you for all for dropping